Dub Nation, it's Draymond Green. My head coach Steve Kerr joins Willard and Dibbs today, right here on 95.7 The Game.
Yes, he does. And Cheryl Bosa joins us in 45 minutes. And we want to get as much of that vibe. It's almost kind of like along the lines of what Hunter Pence experienced, the fan experience, the family experience of going back to the Super Bowl. Nick Bosa was held. He was held last time they played the Chiefs in the Super Bowl.
Hasn't been held like that since Cheryl had him in her arms back in 1997.
Exactly.
You're welcome.
So we'll talk to Cheryl about it. We want to talk to you, your experiences as a fan. Do some of you think the Niners are losers? And Willard and Dibbs have been sitting here telling you for the last two. No, they're not. The Niners are great. And you're all like, they've never won. And we're like, they're
in my lifetime,
always winning.
Yep.
Like, what are you talking about?
It's crazy. And I mentioned it before. The last time they won the Super Bowl was Jan 29, 95. So if you were born that day, then you would be 29 in 2 days right now. 29 years and 2 days old. So in terms of your experience, and I think about your son Jude, who is 9 and change.
About to turn 10, yep.
Okay, so he's almost 10. We'll call him 9 just for the sake of the bit, because when he was 9, he was already so locked in so as to be almost like disruptive.
Right.
Like upsetting at how locked in he was at 9. So if you're 9 for that Super Bowl, that means you were born in 86, which means you would be 36 today.
Mm-hmm.
So if you're younger than 36, you don't really remember what this was like.
No, you don't. No, you don't.
Grandy.
We're streaming live on Twitch and YouTube, by the way.
Mm-hmm.
And YouTube apparently had a big old tornado came through and shot it down for 1 second, and we got it right back up, but I think it knocked all of you off. So get back over to our YouTube feed. We are up and running, twitch.tv/957 The Game, youtube.com/957 The Game. Watch us live. Subscribe to the channel. This is true all day, every day. All of our content is there. You can also see some of the stuff you missed, like Hunter Pence on our show yesterday. It's all powered by First NorCal Credit Union. Okay. Let's head out to the phones. Tanner in Antioch. Hi, Tanner. What are you doing?
I am driving to work right now, guys. How you doing?
We're perfect, man. That's if you are young, this is perfect. You have a job that starts at 3 in the afternoon, huh? Good for you.
It's a good one, man. Guys, I'm calling because you're speaking the truth here. I'm 28, and all I've seen us do is get right there. I mean, 2011, we dropped the punt. 2012, we lose the Super Bowl. 2013, Richard Sherman breaks my heart. And then we go to the Super Bowl again. And I grew up in Kansas City, so all my family's Chiefs fans. And then we lose to the Chiefs. And then we drop an interception. And then Brock Purdy's arm gets ripped in half. It has been heartbreak after heartbreak after heartbreak. And these last couple games have been stressful because I've expected us to get heartbroken again. And we keep doing it. And it's not that I think we're losers. I just think that they like to break my heart.
Yeah, they like to, Tanner.
They enjoy that.
Yeah.
Tanner, thanks. I mean, I watched there's a, I don't know if it's viral yet, but one of our listeners sent me the video of the experience of the Lions fan. And it's really just one guy. It's one of these guys that watches the whole game standing in front of the TV.
I saw that.
Like he's going to attack it. And he's in a Lions jersey, and he's watching the whole thing. And during every commercial break in the first half, he's doing the booty dance. He's all over the room.
I saw it.
He's shaking his moneymaker.
Oh,
and
so
he
good.
could not be happier. But to his credit, he turns to the phone at halftime and goes, "What a great first half, but I'm a Lions fan, and I know better, and I am not going to celebrate until the clock hits zeros." The rest of the video is him laying on his living room floor in different fetal positions in absolute agony as the whole thing falls apart. And that's what struck me today, whereas I'm like, God, dude, are there Niner fans that feel like that? Is that sort of what, like Grandy, do you in a week and a half here, is that the deal? Like, what if the Niners are up 14 and it starts to fall apart in the fourth quarter? Do you have that sort of like, here we go again vibe because, yeah, I guess there are Niner fans. This is what they're used to. One form or another, it all falls apart. Let's go to Vince in the city. Vince is 35. This is the exact age you were just talking about.
Yeah.
Hey, Vince, what's up?
Hey, what's up, guys? Yeah, born in April of 88. So, when they won in 94, 95 season, I was a little too young to understand and realize, what winning a Super Bowl is like. I mean, I know I was born and raised in the city. My family is Niner fans. That's how I was raised. And right now, the 49ers Super Bowl championship thing is more or less a myth because I haven't really seen it. I mean, I saw it, but I didn't get it. So now that I'm older, it's like, damn, dude, like, that's how good we used to be as a franchise. Like, that was us. Like, how come we can't do that again? And obviously, football is a lot harder. I texted in earlier. It's not like basketball or baseball. Those are won in series. This is sudden death. It's win or go home. And it's either you win the game and you're the Super Bowl champ, or you lose this one. And now the 49ers have dropped 3 in the last 3 appearances. Like, it's great that we've gotten there. But, damn, I want one. I want one more so I can be like, damn, that's what it's like. It'll be like 2010 with the Giants and 2015 for the Warriors for me because, again, I wasn't really paying attention to how big of an event winning the Super Bowl was.
Vince, thanks.
Yeah.
I wonder.
It's tough because he's born in 88, which means he was 25 when they lost to Baltimore, and he was 32 when they lost to Kansas City. And that's like those peak years. And he was, I get it. You were 1 and 2 when they won their first 2. So not really, that peak viewing years. I think about my baby who's 1.5. If the Niners win the Super Bowl and in 30 years, she'll be able to say, oh, yeah, I watched that game, but yeah, where were you?
No.
You were probably asleep at Willard's house.
She's not going to.
On Christy's lap.
She's not going to remember.
Yeah.
She's not going to remember.
Watch Party Willard.
Well,
we'll be in our 70s, bro. When she remembers. When she's 25.
Well, no, she'll remember before that. I
remember.
I remember when I turned 7 and the Niners won. I remember it.
That's cool.
I do.
Yeah.
Like, I remember who was there. I remember how it felt. But, like, that's another sort of aspect of this conversation. Like, when you win, when you watch your team win at that age, you haven't built up any of the angst yet. You might be old enough to be like, yay. But
that was fun.
Yeah.
There's grown-ups who were excited.
Right. You don't have any pain.
I got extra ice cream.
Right. Like, somebody made a bunch of junk food. This is awesome. And they told me I could keep eating it.
Right. Exactly.
So like, that's all it doesn't.
And we stayed really late. And we got a taxi cab. That
Daddy
was fun.
never went to bed. And he had a big
We got a ride home from a stranger. Daddy left his car.
Oh, God. Yeah, you don't have it. Like, these things matter more when you've got the war scars.
Sure. Skin in the game.
You don't have any war scars when you're at that age through the whole thing.
Well, even your oldest who's 17 and your youngest who's almost 10, like, they know enough now to know that they want this to happen. So if it doesn't happen, then in however many years, they're going to remember. And your 10-year-old, 9-year-old, almost 10, he's so locked in that if this doesn't happen, he's going to remember. And this is going to be one that he thinks back on for years to come.
If the Niners don't win this game, are we like, here's another thing that didn't even occur to me. Are we starting to dance in the area of like Buffalo Bills hood?
No.
I know nothing's like 4 in a row.
Right.
But hold on a second. If you go to the NFC title game 4 times in 5 years and come away with bubkiss?
Yep.
It's at least like Atlanta Bravesville.
I think it's Philadelphia Eagles. And I laid this out yesterday.
Okay.
They went to the NFC Championship game and lost. They went, they lost. They went, they lost. They went, they won. And then they won the Super Bowl. So they went 4 years in a row, and they went to Super Bowl.
But they didn't win it. They lost the Patriots.
Lost in the Super Bowl.
They lost the Patriots.
So I think that's where this would be.
Yeah, McNabb never won one.
Right.
That's why Andy Reid got knocked out of town.
And T.O. played on a broken leg.
Yeah, they didn't win until whatever that must have been 5 years later or whatever with Nick Foles.
I think that's where this would be because the Niners went to 4 of 5 NFC Championship games. And
Eagles are an interesting comp because if you do now look at their experience over the last decade, the 4 straight trips to the NFC Championship, they don't win. Then they've got who's the hell saw that coming? Nick Foles wins. Then they go last year and have one stolen from out underneath their noses. So 6 trips to the Final Four. And I don't know how big was the gap there. I mean, we're talking about something that lasts probably almost 12 years, but half the years they were in the Final Four, and they've got 1 ring. And it came with a backup quarterback.
Fluky.
That has nothing to do with the overall look of the organization.
Well, they went in 01, they lost. 02, they lost. 03, they lost.
That was that long ago?
04, they win over Atlanta, and then they lose the Super Bowl. And then they go to 08, and they lose again. Arizona beat them.
Kurt Warner year.
Yeah, exactly.
Steelers.
Exactly.
Cardinals and Steelers.
And then all the way until 2017.
Okay, so it's a bigger gap than I'm remembering.
Bigger, yeah.
Golly.
It was 01, 2, 3, and 4, and then 08, and then that was it.
And that was it until Nick Foles.
Right.
Until Nick Foles. Okay.
Because then Seattle took over. You had the Eli Mannings. You had Aaron Rodgers. You had Carolina won 1. It was a little crazy. It was a long gap for Philly.
Andy in Fremont. Hi, Andy. You're on with Willard and Dibbs. What are you doing?
Hey, I'm actually coming home from work.
Okay.
Andy.
You got one of those other kind of jobs
Exactly.
where you got to actually wake up in the morning.
Yes, sir. How you guys doing today?
We're good, man.
Awesome.
Hey, man. So I was born in 1998, and so I'm 25. I'll be 26 in March. So I have no Super Bowl record other than losing. I followed the Niners. My first game was in 05 at Candlestick, and from what I knew as a kid was that they sucked. And then I remember my Singletary days, and then out of nowhere, Mr. Harbaugh came and turned us around. And I remember the Baltimore Ravens trailing with them and getting really close, losing by a field goal. I remember the New York Giants game the first year with Harbaugh. I remember the Chiefs game, and I actually cried, man. So this year, I'm just like, please give me one this year. And, I'm hoping for the best, but the point I kind of want to bring up for you guys is I kind of feel, since you guys saw the Dynasty for the Niners back in the 80s, maybe I could, familiarize that with, the Chiefs nowadays or with the Patriots through the early 2000s, man. It'd be really good to get back to that. And
yes.
Feeling.
Yeah, Andy, let me tell you, it's fun. It's really fun.
Oh, God. To be the best?
Oh, my! But for a long period of time.
Right.
Do you know what I mean? That's the other thing. Andy, thank you so much. Here's another sort of quirk in the whole thing. If you are a Bay Area sports fan of a certain age, and you did experience the 49ers dynasty of the 80s, all I know is that when my favorite team wins it all, they win a bunch of them. I've never seen the one-off.
Sure.
Oh, yeah, random. We won a title that year.
Right.
And then we went back to being us. No. Every time they win, they come in bunches. Niners win 5 in 15 years. Giants 3 in 5 years. Warriors have their 4. And so that's another thing that's a little bit different about this. We'll obviously see what the 49ers are able to do after this if they win over the Chiefs, but it certainly feels like an adjustment is coming one way or another. Brock will get paid in a couple of years, and a lot of the players who are very key figures right now don't feel like they still will be 3 years from now.
Right.
So if this is to come in bunches, some really good work is going to need to be done behind the scenes
in order to match this up with what we had in the past in terms of bunches. And I know it's harder now to do the bunches that we did back in the 80s. And I'm looking at the season log now where the 81 season, you win the bowl. The next year, strike year, you go 3 and 6. Yep. Fine. Then it's NFC Championship loss, bowl, playoff, bowl. NFC Championship, you lose 15, 15-13 to the Giants.
God, I had to meditate on that one.
And that's, that was the 91 championship game, the 1990 season. Then the next year you go 10-6, you don't make the playoffs somehow.
Mm-hmm.
Then it's playoff, bowl, playoff. And already now we're almost in the 2000s.
Think about that. This was almost 20 years.
Almost 20 years.
20 years you were never, ever not relevant.
A strike year.
You had a strike year and then a 10-6 year where you didn't make it.
That's it.
Unreal, bro.
Playoff, bowl. Playoff, bowl. And it's...
So that's our base.
That's our base.
That's our base. That's the foundation of our 49er fandom is that you never...
Right.
Ever don't go to the playoffs.
You were 7 in 81.
Right.
And I was, 13, whatever. And so from then to where you were
25.
Exactly. And I was damn near 60 somehow. I don't know how my years accelerated more than yours.
Yeah.
But seriously, you get to 98 and then 99, whatever, 2000, it's Milojević, you struggle, and then playoffs, and then you go to the divisional playoffs in 02, the last year of Milojević, then Dennis Erickson takes over. So 2002,
that's the end of that.
From 81 to 02, 21 years, you made the playoffs all but 4 years, and that's like a 21-year block for you and I of your childhood to your young adulthood.
Well, and then start me at 02 and run through the coaches. You got Erickson.
7-9, 2-14.
Okay.
Mike Nolan.
Then comes Mike Nolan with
4-12, 7-9, 5-11.
Yep. Singletary.
I want winners.
Yep.
7-9, and part of that was Nolan.
Okay.
And then Singletary goes 8-8.
Okay.
And then Singletary and Tom Sula.
Oh, I was going to say Bruce Bochy coached the 49ers.
They go 6-10. So all the way till 2011. Then Jim Harbaugh takes over.
Here comes Jim.
They lose the NFC Championship game. Kyle Williams.
Yep.
They go 13-3 that year. Then they go 11-4-1, and they lose the bowl to his brother. Then they go 12-4, and they lose to the Seahawks with the LOB.
LOB, Richard Sherman.
And then
mediocre receiver.
Harbaugh goes 8-8 on his I can't wait to get out of here
year. He had worn everybody out.
Then it's Tom Sula again, 5-11. Chip Kelly, 2-14.
Jeez.
Then they hire Kyle Shanahan, 6-10, 4-12, and then they figure it out.
So it's funny because I can see it two ways. I can see the hole in my game where some of you have been harder on Kyle Shanahan because maybe you don't have the foundation that those of us who are this age have.
Right.
The other side to it is, did you just hear that? Do you know why I think of Kyle Shanahan what I do? Did you just hear that list? Did you hear the list of the last 22 years of coaches of 49er football?
Erickson, Nolan, Singletary, Tom Sula. Chip Kelly.
Harbaugh was good, but a jerk and wore everybody the bleep out the same way he does everywhere he goes. Stanford, Michigan, Chargers, you're going to get it too. I get it. That's fine. The Chargers will take it. If we can be good for 5 years, we'll be worn out. I get it. But that's one of the I appreciate this man at such a level. Look at the program he built.
Right.
Out of that list that's just filled with gross.
If you ever want to appreciate Kyle Shanahan, go back to the 2016 team, Chip Kelly, 2-14. Look at the roster. Look at how they did.
Jeez.
And then look what Kyle did. Kyle and John, they took that team over, and it took some time. 6-10. 4-12, and then you slowly built it. You got Garoppolo. You got good. You went to the Super Bowl. You lost, and then you made a mistake, and then you got lucky with Brock Purdy.
Right.
But all around that, you built a damn good roster.
You built a
culture,
yes.
and something we talked about with our boss in the pre-show meeting. The owner figured it out. He figured out that the best thing he could do was to
get out the way.
Move,
get
Jed.
Out the way.
Get out the way, Jed. Get out the way.
Yes.
And I think all of those things together have led us to where we are. But the earlier caller who said he was born in 98, think about that in terms of Harbaugh. Harbaugh takes over in 2011. That kid who's now 26, You were 13.
Yeah.
So you don't even know what went on before Harbaugh came.
No bullets.
Right?
Yeah, absolutely. No scars whatsoever.
Totally.
Yeah, Grandy, what's up?
Yeah, you guys were talking about like the 20-year base that you had of your greatness, your introduction to football. I was texting you guys earlier. My first memory of 49er football was that 0-2 wild card comeback against the Giants. But I don't remember watching it. I just remember my dad freaking out.
39-38,
Yeah.
Jeff Garcia.
Incredible comeback.
Dan Campbell on that Giants
You're
squad.
right. I remember seeing those highlights
Yeah.
last week.
Yes.
So that was my introduction to Niner football. And then as you just laid out, Dibs, they did not make the playoffs again until 2011.
So you have a 15-year base of crap.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. Which is why I appreciate Kyle Shanahan for what he's done, but it's also like this team likes to tease me with greatness, but they can't quite get the job done. That's all I know.
What was your dad doing that day? Like you mentioned,
He
that
was upset because we had a family day planned actually in the city, believe it or not. I remember we were like
the Grandy clan.
Yeah, we got our cousins together, aunts and uncles together.
Wait, was it surrounding the game though?
No.
See, now I
was
have
really
other,
poor
this is where
planning.
I have other questions. Yeah. Yeah, because I have a mom, bless her, she is famous for doing this. There'll be a playoff game, and she'll be like, but Tom, we've got theater tickets. How the hell did you buy theater tickets? The Niners were like 8-3 when you bought the tickets, Mom. It didn't occur to you that Sunday in January might be a conflict. This never, like January just jumped on you. I didn't even thought of NFL playoffs. It never occurred to me.
Yeah, so he's off the side, kind
God
of while the
Lord.
family is doing their own thing, listening on the radio, and I just remember, I have this memory of him just like screaming the whole trip, and I didn't really know what was going on, but that's my first memory of Niner football.
Niners down 28-14 at the half, and they were down 38-22 going into the fourth.
Jeez.
Joe Buck on the call.
And Garcia.
Niners, trouble. Brink on the... I love it.
That's a little more Summerall. That's a little
It's just
Summerall-esque.
part of my buck. It's
Yeah.
the economy of words.
We got a super chat on YouTube.
Okay.
JJ in San Jose. The Niners drought is the Cowboys drought, but instead of face plants, they're heartbreakers. It's true.
Yeah.
It's true. Like, it doesn't always feel inept. It just feels heartbreaking. It's like, like think of Richard Sherman knocking
True.
the ball away. It's like, that wasn't a face plant, but
Well, in the Super Bowl where, you run 3 straight fades to Crabtree. Or the Kyle Williams, 2 muff punts.
Roger Craig fumble.
Oh, boy.
I mean, I know that's going way back.
Back.
Presented by Fremont Bank, full service banking, no compromises. Okay, Kevin, Manny, John, Don, Manny, 2 Mannys. Look at us. We're coming to you next. Cheryl Bosa in 20 minutes. Willard and Dibs.
The Road to Vegas is brought to you by Zenni, the official eyewear of the San Francisco 49ers. Shop from over 3,000 styles at 80% off retail prices exclusively at Zenni.com.
How much you might call?
We're in the freaking Bay.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
I mean, it bears repeating. If you didn't hear Hunter Pence yesterday, do yourself a flipping favor.
High pitch Hunter?
Yeah. Run back.
Totally.
Go listen to Hunter Pence. You'll smile.
Little bit of Howard,
freaking Bay.
little Howard Dean in his game.
Hell no.
Totally.
We're going to go to Section 302. And Section 303. And Section 304. It's a Warrior Wednesday.
He lost his voice, and then he lost it again.
And then he lost his seat.
His voice is on a milk carton somewhere. Oh, my God, that guy.
Warrior Wednesday brought to you by Valley Heating, Cooling, Electrical, and Solar, locally and family-owned, and the home of old-fashioned service for all your home comfort needs since 1962. Check them out at valleyheating.com. Cheryl Bosa is going to come on here in less than 15 minutes. Let's keep talking to you. We've been asking for a lot of you to share your experience as a 49er fan, because it based on a conversation we were all having here today, it sort of dawns on us that maybe it's possible, and particularly, I don't want to speak show for show, but on this show, like, maybe the opinions that are getting shared are shaded by our experience, which is true with everything in life. But Dibs and I both come from a time where we're like, yeah, the Niners are champs repeatedly. And we never have to want for what it feels like to win a championship. But now it's been 30 damn years. And so there are people who are driving, working, having children, having problems, debt, all of these things. There are those of you out there that have all of those things that have never experienced the 49ers winning a Super Bowl. And does that make you think that this organization is like more lovable loser than the rest of us would ever acknowledge?
Yeah, and it's fair. It's generational. And I think about this in terms of the Warriors when they won their first title in my real lifetime in 2015. Well, they won one in 75, and I was 7 years old, almost 7, 6 and change, and I don't remember that. So for me, when they won in 2015, and I was 37.
That was the first.
Damn, I was 47, actually. Yeah. It's tough to do the math when you get to be my age. Ooh. That was the first. Yeah. And, similar to the Niners, if you are 30 years old or 28, you don't remember the last time they won it, which was 29 years and 2 days ago.
I was 5 months old for Rick Barry's 1975 championship.
Yeah.
5 months. I don't remember it, oddly.
That's on you.
Could not care less.
He could not care less that you were 5 months old.
I had the Warriors in 6.
You had the Warriors in drool.
Did they even play 6 back then? What did they do? Let's go to John in Napa. Hi, John. What are you doing?
Hey, thanks for taking my call. Really love you guys. Listen to you guys up here in wine country all the time, so thanks. Here's my Niners confession. I'm 52, and as a kid growing up in Southern California with all my cousins and uncles in the Bay Area, I have major Niner trauma. I hated the Niners. I hated them more than I loved any team. I remember one of my sweetest memories was at Candlestick when the Rams were playing the Niners. Somebody hung a bed sheet that said, "Eric, be nimble. Eric, be quick. Eric, be burned at the Candlestick."
I remember that.
And the Rams burned them that year. Fast forward to college. I hated the Niners. I got 2 Niner tickets, and we gave them away in the parking lot to somebody because I couldn't stand watching them. Now, fast forward to adulthood, 2007, move up here, reconnect with my roots because I was born in Mountain View. And first it's the Giants, then it's the Warriors, and now it's our turn. Go Niners!
Love it. Love it.
John, can I ask why you hated the Niners in the first place if your roots are here?
Because growing up, I was in LA, we would get a phone call from every relative every time the Rams got beat, the Lambs got beat, every time the Niners won. As a little kid, we dreaded that phone call, and they would gloat. They would give us so much crap, and we just grew up with a seething hatred of them. But oh, how fast that dissipates when you move to paradise.
You know what that is, right? It's a dissipation sensation.
Sure is,
what
John.
it is.
Thank you very much. That Niner Ram.
I'll take that for you, John.
Niner Ram rivalry back then was so fun because, I know that the Rams may have burned them that day, but they very rarely did. Was it Tim McDonald that had that famous quote? One of the years where the Niners struggled a little bit, and the Rams were supposed to be real good, and the Niners whacked them. Niners whacked them anyway, and I'll never forget it. I think it was Tim McDonald. He looks at a camera in the locker room, and he goes, I said it before the game, and I'll say it again now. Same Niners, same Rams. And I was like, that's orgasmic. Yes!
Yeah.
Yes! How about Don in the city? Hi, Don. What are you doing?
Hey, what's up? Driving in the car to my boy's house, pick up some car parts.
Right on. You're a manly man, Don. Driving around picking up car parts.
Yep. But listen, man, I'm just shy of 58 years old, man, and I grew up in San Francisco, and I saw the Warriors win, the Giants win, the Niners win in the Dynasty in the 80s and the 90s. Cruised around in my lowrider in the 80s and 90s on Mission and on Broadway. Oh, it was a great time. But now, I want my kids to experience that Super Bowl win, man. I got 3 kids. I got a 33-year-old, a 19-year-old, and a 16-year-old, man. And they're all avid sports fans, man. And they're just yearning for this Super Bowl win, and I would love to see them have it, man.
Don, I love that you're bringing this up, because this is something else that occurs to me, because I got 3 kids, too. They're not as old as yours.
33, 19, and 16?
Yeah, he's
a
like
man
you,
after my heart.
He's taking breaks and then coming back and then taking another break and coming home back.
My oldest is 33. My baby will be 12, but that's close enough.
He started out by buying diapers at Target and ended up at diapers.com. Like, it changes.
Dude, there was no Target. He was buying diapers at JCPenney.
He was just out in the driveway asking,
Seriously?
You got any diapers over there? Anyway, this occurs to me. To some of us, it's such a weird thought still that there's a whole generation going, well, yeah, the Giants won a bunch and the Warriors won a bunch, but man, I'd sure love to see the Niners win one. What a cycle of life. Because I spent, as we said, my entire period of my life heading into adulthood with a foundation of the Niners are amazing. They're in the playoffs deep every year for 20 years. And the Warriors and Giants were a joke. A joke.
Joke.
Every year, except for one, 1989, and the world shook the damn World Series right out of us.
2002.
Well, right, but that was after. I mean, the Niners were already coming out of it. And even then, it's like, okay, yeah, you were good. You'd have a good year here or there, but like the concept of the Warriors or Giants ever having a dynasty, like, was the stupidest thing that you could have ever come out of your mouth.
Even winning a chip. You're right about 89, and I remember 86, which was my senior year in high school. Shout out Tom Avakumovitz, Rick Barsotti, and Steve Rabb, my 3 high school best friends. We went to a ton of games that year because they had a pitcher who we loved who was having a career year. His name was Mike Krukow, and he would go on to win 20. And every time he would start, we were there because we loved him. We loved his style. We didn't know that he would go on to be at a babe.
Yeah.
We didn't know that he would go on to be Mike Krukow, but at the time, he was a good pitcher. We loved his starts, and we'd go to Candlestick, and you could go in the lot and buy tickets and get tickets for $5, via back when the resale market was a guy who was saying tickets.
Sure, yeah, Giants games used to take no planning.
No planning.
You could look at each other at 12:15 on a Saturday for a 105 game and like, you want to go?
Totally.
Let's go.
Golden Gate Bridge was $2 to cross, and so
like, I got a $10 bill in my pocket. Let's go.
Let's go. Stop at Gordo's on Irving and get a burrito.
Enough left over for popcorn when you get inside.
But it was never a thought of like, you know what? Couple wins here, they might be a real World Series contender. And that's why 89 came out of nowhere. And it was like, oh my God. And then the quake, and then the A's were just flat better, no matter how that went. But the earthquake didn't help the Giants because the A's were able to throw Dave Stewart in game 1 and 3. And that whole thing was a wrap.
Well, yeah, the A's were better, and they were already up 2-0.
The A's were the dynasty.
Absolutely. But I still like the Giants. The one thing that sticks in my head is when they came back a week and a half later to play game 3.
Yep.
I can't remember which Giant it was, but somebody had the quote. They were like, honestly, at this point, I could take it or leave it. And I'm like, well, that series is over.
Sure.
That's the mentality and I get it. Disaster had struck. Lives were lost.
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah. A Giants dynasty. What the hell are you talking about? The Warriors?
No. And I mean, honestly,
it's laughable.
The closest thing to a dynasty at that time outside the Niners was the A's. And they got Kirk Gibson in 88.
Yep.
And they won the Quake in 89. And then they got beat by the Nasty Boys in 90 in Cincinnati. But the A's very well could have won 3 in a row, and they could have been a dynasty. And forget where they are now. We can get to that down the road because that thing is an interesting story.
Indeed.
But in terms of being 30 years old right now as a Niner fan, you don't know what it was like in the good years. How could you?
Warrior Wednesday brought to you by Freedman's Appliance. Trusted name since 1922. Visit freedmansappliance.com today. We'll get to more of your phone calls around the bend. Be patient. We're coming. And so is Cheryl Bosa. She joins us next on Willard and Dibs.
Visit Freedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill to see the full selection of monogram.
I'm ecstatic about that. We have great energy.
Now, back to Willard and Dibbs on 95.7 The Game.
Great energy. Cheryl Bosa has great energy. That's why we like having her on.
Love to have her on.
Right? And we're going to do it again right now. Kind enough, after the big victory, going back to the Super Bowl, second time for Nick and the Bosa family now. And it's fun to watch Joey travel around and go to all the games and support Nick and all of that. So before we get back to your phone calls, let's hang out with the Bosa family a little bit. Cheryl Bosa joins us here on Willard and Dibbs. Hi, Cheryl.
Hi, how are you?
We're doing great. Cheryl joining us on the Boxer and Gerson guest line, and would love to hear about this particular experience of the 17-point deficit, the whole family in the building watching it all. Take us through it, Cheryl. What was it like?
Please, I don't think I've recovered yet. I got to be honest with you. I mean, I definitely aged. I have to go get my hair colored because it turned me gray. And, yeah, it was too much. I mean, I really would like a blowout one of these games.
Yeah, I think we all would, although Mark and I have had this conversation, and I guess from my standpoint, not having a son on the team, I like the thrill of the nail-biter and the comeback, but what was it like for you, Cheryl, and all the Bosas at halftime, down 24-7, with the feelings, a mixed feeling, I would imagine, of dread and maybe hope?
You know, if I'm being 100% honest, I kind of thought it was over. I really did. And it was really funny. We sort of moved, we have a box, and we sort of moved around the box and changed positions because we were sort of like chatting with each other and whatever. And then the second half started, and we were all kind of in these different positions. And then we came out like gangbusters, and nobody was allowed to move from the positions they were in. So that was it. We had to freeze frame wherever we were for the second half.
You got to go with what works. We've been talking to fans all week about energy changers, like what they do at halftime. I wonder, though, can you share, Nick was asked the same thing, and he sort of said he was on his back, screaming out random stuff. What has he shared with you about what he was going through emotionally at that time?
He didn't. That's the first I heard of that. So I didn't know that. He said he was in the locker room?
Yeah, he said he was in the locker. Do we have the sound, actually? We don't. Yeah, he said he was, on his back and sort of, yelling out random stuff. And then Jennifer Lee Chan asked him what was that stuff. And he goes, well, it actually wasn't that random. And he just started saying, I was yelling at guys to, take away the first read and then we'll get home. But he said he was just lying on his back, kind of, I don't know, trying to process what the hell was going on.
Oh, that's really funny because I did hear that he talked to the team, but I didn't realize it was freaking out laying on his back. So whatever it takes, okay? Literally, whatever it takes.
Yeah. And what do you make of his individual journey through these playoffs? And I know you've heard the slander and fans saying Nick hasn't done enough, and Nick's been too quiet, and the D-line hasn't made enough of an impact. And to see him go out there and get 2 sacks in that game, it had to make you feel an extra amount of pride knowing what he's been through individually.
Well, I mean, obviously he had a game the other night. He played really good in the first half too. He was one of the few people that really went out and kind of went crazy. And then everybody came back and went crazy, obviously. What I will say about that is you guys know football well enough to know that the stats aren't always what the real picture is.
Yep.
So what Nick has been doing this year is at the same caliber as it was last year. It's just maybe he doesn't have as many sacks. So I'm very, very proud of my son.
That's interesting, Cheryl. How does Nick feel about his year and how he's played? Because you know that the contract puts extra eyeballs on this.
Yeah, and people love stats. And, that's what that's what people, fans look at. You know, they don't look at, you know, how many pressures he's gotten. They just want to know how many sacks he's gotten. So, how does he feel? Nick, you know, people love stats. They, you know, they like to please the crowd, and, you know, they want, obviously, their fans and, you know, their teammates to, you know, appreciate their play. You know, they're a team. So, yeah. Would he like more sacks? Of course. Would he like to not get double teamed every single time he's out there? Sure. That'd be nice too. So, you know.
Yeah,
it is what it is.
I'm sure he would like to not be held in the Super Bowl, and we can get to that here in a matter of days. But you're watching the game, and you see Gibson force the fumble and Armstead fall on it. Was it at that moment where you and the various Bosas kind of had that same feeling that we all did, like maybe this game's going to turn around and maybe the Niners are going to get it done?
I know. You know, it's like the things that really stick out in my head are like Brock's 3 runs, you know, his 3 rushing runs. I mean, those were like such huge, like, energy game changers. And then the 2 fourth down holds, like those 2 were, this is crazy, you know? So, yeah, I mean, it was nuts. That game was crazy.
Cheryl Bosa with us on Willard and Dibs. Cheryl, I got to ask you this. Does Joey get jealous this time of year?
No, he doesn't get jealous. He's very excited. You know, he has a lot of fun. And obviously I'm very hopeful that with his new coaching situation that, you know, maybe someday the 2 of them will be playing against each other in this game.
Yeah, by the way, a thought or 2 on that. Jim Harbaugh, huh? That's something. What's he think?
Well, obviously, me personally, my knee-jerk reaction was, you got to be kidding me, because I'm a Buckeye, so, you know.
Oh, boy.
So I was like, no, come on, not Harbaugh, anything but Harbaugh. But literally, like 5 minutes later, I was like, this is a good thing. He's a really good coach. So, you know, we're all really happy, and Joey's really, really excited.
And that's the key. And I do think that the Chargers are going to be a much more buttoned-up professional organization. But staying in the sphere of coaches, when you see Kyle Shanahan, who's obviously more of an offensive-minded coach with the laminated play sheet, how impressed are you by what Kyle's been able to do, not only with the offense, but with this team in totality to get them back to the Super Bowl yet again?
Yeah, it's incredible. It really is, especially in the last couple of games, you know, when it sort of looked in the first half of both of the last 2 games like, wow, this might be over, you know, that he has the wherewithal to talk with his team and get them to come out of, you know, for the second half and just take the game. I mean, that's huge. That's huge with our, you know, young quarterback, and obviously we've got ridiculous talent, but that's a lot, you know.
Cheryl, have you seen the video? It's really engaging of Nick talking to Brock after the game the other night.
I didn't see it, no.
So Nick is basically saying to him at a certain point, first of all, he's just like, you know, he's complimenting him. But then he asks him a question. He goes, did you think you were going to be this good? And Brock sort of does the aw shucks thing, like, you know, this is all about us. And Nick goes, because I'm the second pick of the draft, and there are times where I've struggled with confidence. So how do you do it? So I thought that's an interesting window, though, for you to respond to it. Nick, A, what his thoughts are about Brock, but B, like, did he ever come to you when he was, quote, struggling with confidence?
Well, Nick, you mean?
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, and truthfully, you know, you mentioned the contract year and everything. I mean, that puts a lot of pressure on the guys, you know. Everybody looks at it as, oh, you know, unbelievable, it's this great thing, but it sort of puts the scarlet letter on you, and it does. It messes with your head a little bit on, you know, what everybody's expectations are of you. So, But Brock, oh my God. I mean, what a story. They have to make a movie about this kid someday. I swear. It's just incredible.
And we're wondering if it's an ESPN or it's probably a Lifetime movie at this point.
For sure.
Yeah.
For sure.
Maybe
For
the Hallmark Channel.
I mean, his family, his parents, they're unbelievable people. And it's just, I'm so thrilled for them.
Yeah, it's almost too much to handle. Cheryl Bosa here on 95.7 The Game. Speaking of Nick, he's got the contract and he got the 2 sacks in the NFC Championship game. Have you talked to him at all about the rematch and a chance to get his hands on Patrick Mahomes again?
Well, it's my birthday today, so.
Oh, my gosh! Stop everything!
Stop the blanket show!
Happy birthday,
Yes.
Cheryl Bosa.
We were actually in my. Oh.
Round
we
of
were
applause.
actually in Miami for my birthday 4 years ago for the Super Bowl. So,
Dude, I'm so honored. It's 6:30 where you are on your birthday night, and you're talking to us.
Wow. Listen, you guys. I am so exhausted. I'm saving all of my celebrating for next week in Las Vegas. I could put it off for a week. Trust me.
You're not even going to dinner tonight or anything?
I swear to God, I have had about a half a dozen invitations, and I'm like, I can't. I just can't. So. I'm still recuperating from flying back to Florida after the game.
You're getting ready to cook those omelets again tomorrow morning, aren't you?
That's right.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh! Well, happy birthday!
Happy birthday, Cheryl! Yes.
Thank you. But yeah, Nikki, of course, he called me today, and we were talking, and it was really cute because he never talks like this, but he kept saying, when we win, I want to do this. And when we win, I want to do that. So it was really I really was touching the way that he was wording it, It wasn't like after the game or whatever happened.
Right.
It wasn't any of that. It was when we win. So that was pretty cool.
What were those things? When he wins, what does he want to do?
Oh, obviously, a lot of his friends are going to be out there. He's like best friends with Joe Burrow and Sam Hubbard and those guys. So he wants to see his boys. He doesn't get to have any fun. The weekend leading up to it. So he wants to hang out with his brother Joey and his friend Joe and Sam and Christian and George and the whole crew. So.
What about you, Cheryl? What's your Super Bowl week lead up? I know it's your birthday and you're shutting it down tonight and you're gonna gear up for the Vegas trip, and I'd imagine you're gonna be out there early, but what is your personal itinerary leading up to the day where Nick and company actually win the game?
Oh, it's going to be fun. I've become really good friends with Michael Mina, the chef, over the years. So on Thursday night is the culinary kickoff there. So I'll be meeting Michael over there for the culinary kickoff. And then Joey gets in on Friday, and all our friends. So we've got, a big dinner planned for Friday. And then Saturday, we're going to be staying at the family hotel. So I just want to, hang out and see other family members and gamble a little and, just eat, drink, and be merry. So
what's your game, Cheryl?
Blackjack.
Yeah,
it is.
Okay. Do you hit on a 12 when the dealer's showing 2?
Great question.
I do. I actually do.
That's a good answer. That's a good answer, Cheryl.
Aggressive.
I do.
Yeah, you don't get the 8 if you don't ask for it, right?
I know how to play. I do. Yeah, I'm not going to be one of those people where you're like, damn, I don't want to be at this table. So
if you get dealt a 12 and they're both 6s, do you split those 6s?
Oh, hell no.
It's just Cheryl Bosa, ladies and gentlemen.
Just filled with correct answers.
It's just a blackjack click on 95.7 The Game.
You're not going to catch me with the wrong answer on blackjack.
I love it.
Cheryl, I would imagine with Joey playing in the division, maybe you have, but have you been to that stadium before?
This is my first time. I'm so excited.
Oh, it's nice. It's really nice. Do you have a suite, I would imagine, or what's the deal here?
Did you see how much those suites cost?
Yes, I did.
Okay, the answer is no.
Okay, I was I know what they cost, but you're also a Bosa, so I figured, maybe.
Yeah, but
maybe.
Come come on. I mean, that's over the top.
Okay, so are you just...
I think that's the only thing, about the Super Bowl that really bothers me, is that, fans can never afford to go to the Super Bowl. It's just so outrageously expensive, and I think that's unfortunate. I really do.
I agree. It's very corporate. So then are you just in regular seats, or what? Are you doing a watch party at the hotel?
We're in the player seats, the players seats. And that's another thing people don't realize is the kids that are in the Super Bowl only get 2 tickets, and the rest you have to pay for, and you have to pay a lot for them. So, we only get 2 tickets, and obviously it'll be, me and Nick's dad, and then, a few other people, and it's really ridiculously expensive.
So Joey's off to the nosebleeds then. That's how that goes.
Oh, no, Joey will be with us.
Joey's going to find his way
Joey's going to make his way in.
All right, so Cheryl, what is Nick, has he shared anything with you about the last experience against the Chiefs and what he might do differently?
No, nothing. I mean, he hasn't talked to me about, football that way or anything. But, I mean, it was what I can tell you is that when they was leaving for the hotel the other night, right before, on Saturday afternoon when he was heading to the hotel, I asked him, who do you want to win the AFC tomorrow? And he said the Chiefs because he wanted to get at them again.
Oh,
really
wow.
wants redemption. Yeah.
That's that question that no athlete ever answers when a media member asks. So I'm really glad you just shared that with us.
Oh, maybe I shouldn't have said that.
Well, it's already happened, so it's actually a great, good share. And, any young man will tell his mother the truth, and so we appreciate you telling us this after the fact.
Yeah. He wants redemption, He wants redemption for 2020. So.
Do you know what I just found out? The guys just whispered in my ear, and I wonder if you or Nick knows this. Do you know that the head official for this game is going to be the same one that it was 4 years ago?
Oh, yikes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because Nick got held, right?
Oh, yeah.
Constantly.
There was a couple really bad calls in that game. Yeah.
Same guy.
I shouldn't say this out loud. I don't want it to get back to him.
No, I actually said it earlier that the Chiefs held Nick more than you did when he was a baby. Thank you, Cheryl. Happy birthday.
All right, Cheryl, happy birthday. Thank you for spending some of it with us. That's incredible. So now, nothing tonight? What, you just... They're going to watch a show and go to bed or something?
That is exactly correct.
Yeah.
Yes,
what are you going to watch?
What are you watching?
What are you watching?
Yeah. I don't know.
Highlights of the Super Bowl 4 years ago?
No, that'll give me anxiety.
Yeah,
I won't be able to sleep.
Maybe it's the Brock Purdy story from rags to soon-to-be riches.
30 for 30, Brock Purdy.
That would be good.
30 for Purdy. So good.
Exactly, Cheryl. Thank you so much. Great to have you again.
You guys, too. Take care and go Niners.
Yeah,
Niners.
Cheryl.
There it is.
Happy birthday.
Cheryl Bosa.
On our birthday, kid.
Nothing but come on this show and hit bombs.
I mean.
That's it?
Seriously. From both sides of the plate, too.
Oh, my gosh. It's her birthday? I mean, I texted this woman and she's like, sure.
Right.
What? It's your birthday.
And she drops a guaranteed, I probably shouldn't tell you this, but every single time.
Every time.
Yes. So
she's so she's so open. She's so open with what's going on.
And I can see Nick now being asked at Media Day, I hear you wanted a piece of the Chiefs. Yeah. Well, it's something I actually told my mom in private. I didn't know that it would get out. But it turns out my mom was able to tell the local radio show.
Your boast is a little Trumpy.
It's getting better. It's tremendous. Yours is too Kermit.
Totally. But I'm going to lean Kermit rather than Trump, but that's just me.
You just hear Trump in everything right now. It's election season. But I thought my mom's appearance was tremendous. Now that's Trumpian. Cheryl Bosa, ladies and gentlemen.
Wow. That was different.
And she laughed at my joke about being held.
That was a good one.
Yeah.
That made your week.
It kind of did. Even though I had already said that on the air, she didn't hear it.
No, she did not. That was funny.
It's a good appearance by Cheryl Bosa.
Oh, my God.
Fun times.
Twitch.tv/957 The Game, YouTube.com/957 The Game. You could tune in and see Dibs blush.
I am blushing.
It's incredible. You should come look at this. Hit the thumbs up button. Be like, I like it when Dibs blushes. It's all powered by First NorCal Credit Union.
It's warm in here. We can open a window. It made me happy. It made me smile.
We got time for one. Kevin in Oakley. Hey, Kevin, what are you doing?
Hey, guys. Thanks so much for taking my phone call.
Yeah, man. What's up?
So I think I have a little bit of a unique perspective here. So I was born when the Super Bowl happened, January 20th, 1985. And the story I got my whole childhood from my parents and my mom especially was the doctors asking the nurses what the score was or Joe's stat line and putting my birth weight to whatever offensive lineman number that there was or whatever. And then the next real big Niner memory I have that was not really all that big because I was barely 10 years old was the 94 win. So I have kind of a weird skewed perspective in that, like, I've kind of experienced a little bit of both, but even one was, I was barely a few seconds old.
Right.
And as a young kid in 94, I went to the stick a bunch of times, and those were great memories, but it didn't resonate with me. Even that win, I didn't realize how rare a Super Bowl can be. How rare that these things, like at 10, I was like, oh, of course we're going back next year. Of course, it's the 49ers. And so now, as a dad of three, with a 14-year-old and an almost 11-year-old, I want my kids to experience, it with me. Maybe not for the first time for me, but as the first time as someone who can truly appreciate it. I've seen Alex Smith, and I've seen Cap, I've seen Jimmy, I've seen Trey, and I wanted every single one to succeed. But here, man, we are on the precipice. Brock is going to take us there. Kyle is going to take us there. Trent is going to take us there. I'm all in. I can't believe how close we are. They just need to reach out and grab it.
Kevin, that's a great call.
Great call, Kevin.
It's an absolutely great call. I think a lot of people felt that in different ways, and this is one of those where life is sort of reverse cyclical in this. When you experience a championship when you're 10, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, whatever, yeah, you remember it, but it is not the same, partially because in a perfect world, we would watch sports when we're 40 the way we do when we're 10, which is all the joy if you win. And then if you lose, let's go outside and play.
Right.
Like it just rolls right off your back. And that's why it doesn't count the same way as it does when you become an adult, because only the adults feel the pain.
Right.
I shouldn't say only. I know some kids who like,
for sure, you live with some kids.
They cry
yes.
when they lose or whatever, but then it's over it in 20 minutes.
But also the joy of being now 40, as Kevin is, and watching your kids experience the joy that you did when you were their age, it's going to be even more emotional. If it happens for Kevin to see his kids experience the joy, he's going to experience the joy in a way that he has no idea about. It's going to be his own childhood pride and also his parental joy watching his kids experience what he did 30 years ago.
We're hearing your experiences as a 49er fan, especially if you are one who doesn't really have the foundation and the background of the 80s. And somehow this feels like maybe an opportunity at the first time for a Super Bowl win. 888-957-9570. We're presented by Fremont Bank, full-service banking, no compromises. Cheryl Bosa was great. You can go to the app or YouTube to hear all of that if you missed any portion. And Steve Kerr's a little bit over an hour away on Willard and Dibs. The road to Vegas is brought to you by Marinwest Credit Union, working for you today, tomorrow, together.
I'm what you might call very
I asked him, who do you want to win the AFC tomorrow? And he said the Chiefs because he wanted to get at them again.
Oh,
he really
wow.
wants redemption.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
The Chiefs.
Where's Miss Piggy?
Probably.
You want me to do my Fozzie Bear now? Waka, 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 Nick. Come on. Well, the Chiefs.
I could really get it up here if you want me to do a full Kermit the Frog.
That's a good Kermit.
It's a little further along. It's a little less than that, but
That's Kermit the nerd.
I grant you that there's too much Kermit in my Nick.
I can't believe you trumped my Nick. I thought I was dialing in on my Nick Bosa. I don't know. I don't want to have a Bosa off. Maybe next week.
Yeah.
We can get into it on the stream.
By the time we get to Thursday, we're just really like, so, red versus kind of red. What do you think?
Am I right?
Yeah.
Well, and I do think once we get into next week and we start doing those stream-only shows, I think then we can maybe get off the page a little bit.
Yeah. For people who don't know what Dibs is talking about, got some early Warrior games next week. But we're not rolling out of here. You're going to have a choice. You're going to have a choice to listen to the Warrior game, and that's awesome. Or you can hop on the Odyssey app or YouTube and watch us just totally get loose. We're going to just Super Bowl party.
Yeah.
Who knows what's going to happen?
It'll be Nick Bosa. You do your Nick Bosa, and I'll do my Andrew Wiggins.
I want the Chiefs. And then there's your Andrew Wiggins.
Yeah, thank you.
I think your Wiggins is better than my Bosa.
It's close, though.
Yeah,
it's close.
Yeah.
Although the new Wiggins is like, heads up.
Watch out now.
Move, D. Get out the way,
Yeah.
D. Get out the way.
Watch out, man.
I'm either playing my way in town or out of town.
He's back. He's back.
He's driving to the rim.
And he's better than
Thank you. We'll get to that, too, next week.
Right between the eyes.
Your Kevin Harlan is, you do a lot of great voices, but your Harlan might be my new favorite.
Well, he's like, I work on it because he's my favorite. He can make a peanut butter jelly sandwich exciting.
I'm parking my vehicle.
He pulls out the bread, and there's the peanut butter. Jelly is next. He spreads them both. That's peanut butter and jelly. And then,
Dude, I'm telling you,
it's second.
That's an absolute 5 out of 5.
Kevin, it's 2nd and 8 now. Like it's 2nd and 8. And you're just like,
he's toasting the bread. It's just, I'm sorry, your Kevin Harlan is amazing. We need Kevin on so we can have Kevin on Kevin Crime.
Those are always the hardest ones to do.
Always.
Though. Like I'm still getting over doing Gabe Kapler to Gabe Kapler.
I did Mark Jackson to Mark Jackson when he was the coach.
How did it go?
He liked it.
Okay.
Yeah.
They kind of have no choice but to like it. Like they're not going to rip you.
True.
Right? I mean, it's an honor. I'm trying to impersonate you.
The only time a celebrity actually ripped me was Matthew Perry, rest in peace.
Oh.
Yeah, and
Did you try to impersonate him?
I tried to run material.
Okay.
And he
didn't like it
at all. And I got called, Dibs, I need to see you.
Ooh.
Dude, your boy got, woo.
So you had Matthew Perry on the air?
Yeah.
On the at the Super Bowl?
No, on our show.
Oh, just on the phone.
And I ran some material, and he's like, "That's not funny at all." In fact, that's a little offensive. And I was like, "Oh God, here we go." And then
give it a laugh. Come on, you're a funny guy. Come on, give me a laugh.
I tried. Your boy tried. I was in the office for about 20 minutes that day. It was a Dan day. Anyway. Back to content.
Yeah,
we got calls.
We do. How about Manny and Modesto? Hi, Manny. What are you doing?
Hi, fellas. How are you today?
We're so
Awesome.
good.
Yeah. Hey, great show.
Thanks,
I just wanted to talk about my Niner experiences. I'm 62 years old. I was born in 1961. And my dad raised us the right way. We were one team in football. That was the Niners. One baseball team, the Giants. No silver and black and no softball uniform Oakland A's. So I got to see Dick Nolan with Steve DeBerg and Steve Spurrier. And then they draft this skinny kid who comes in and, he starts winning in 81. And we just couldn't believe it. And I got to watch that. So when they announced they were selling the Niner playoff tickets, I sat in my car for 3 days and got tickets to the New York Giants game, and that was my first playoff game. Greatest game I've gone to until they announced when we got home that night that the Cowboy tickets were going on sale. And we sat back out for 3 more days, and got our Dallas tickets. So I was there for the catch. I was right behind the third base dugout. And when the game ended, we got to run on the field, and I grabbed some dirt, course piece of the lawn there, and as Dwight Hicks was coming off the field, I tried to grab his helmet, and I'll never forget. He looked straight at me and shook his head. And he shook his head no, and he smiled, and he ran off. And I got spoiled. We went, 15 years there, and
yep.
I have two brothers and a sister, and like I said, my dad raised us all. We were diehard Niner and Giants, and I have 5 kids of my own. I've done the same with them. My oldest boys, they got to see the 95 Super Bowl. But, it's been kind of rough the last few years. And what I remember about the Niners is 81 when they won that Super Bowl, my dad crying. And I got to hug him, and I cried with him. We were just so happy. He never thought he'd see that in his lifetime. And I got to do the same in 2010 with a Giants game, but with my son.
Yep.
And, I got this great idea of going to the Super Bowl in 2013, the Raven Niner one, and we lost. And my boys to this day still won't let me live that down. I'm the bad luck jinx. Because they were 5-0 until I.
Well, you watch this one from home, Manny.
Yeah, exactly, Manny.
Yeah. I don't go anymore. Even if I could afford it, I'd have to watch it from home. My kids won't let me go anymore. So Sunday comes around, and at halftime, we're out in the porch, and I'm telling my son, I don't think I'm going to see another Super Bowl in my lifetime. And we're already trading players and dismantling the team, and we hear my wife cheering as the second half started when the Niners started rolling. And what a feeling. I mean, I've seen some great Niner games, but that's right up there with the catch game for me, to see that comeback, So I wanted to share that. I mean, the Niners have been a huge part of I have 5 kids, and even my 2 daughters, they're diehard Niner and Giant fans, and I hope it stays that way. My grandson is 17, and I'm hoping for him he gets to see a Super Bowl victory this coming week.
Yeah,
Manny, you're a good dad, Manny. Thanks for calling, man. That's those are great stories, and that's another thing about this game that happened last week that maybe those of us, and I don't really, really, really remember it. Like as I've said, on my 7th birthday was the Super Bowl over the Bengals, so the catch a couple of weeks before. Was it 2 weeks back then, or was it just the week before? I don't even remember. Was it the week before or 2 weeks before? Whatever it was, I have the vague memories of it, but I don't have the memory of this is the chair that I was sitting in, this is the house that I was at, here's who was next to me. I do remember the Super Bowl a week or two later, but the catch, it's vague. It was 2 weeks, so January 10th, 1982. I remember it, but there's fuzziness there.
Yeah.
And I wonder if this game on Sunday, though not as aesthetically pleasing as the finish to that one, I wonder for younger fans if this was their catch. If this was their, oh my gosh, they're amazing.
Right.
Didn't see it coming. NFC Championship outcome that sends you to the Super Bowl. For a lot of people, this might have been it.
Might have been.
Especially if they go on to win.
And people who are maybe closer to Grandy's age and E-Dog and Lucas, maybe it was the Catch 2 game, the Owens Catch, which was not an NFC Championship game, I know, but it was a playoff game that will live in infamy when Owens makes the catch from Steve Young. Maybe that actually happened before these guys were even around. But generationally, we all have those games. And I remember that Super Bowl that came after the catch game. I was at the Davidson's house in Fairfax. My buddy Mike Davidson, they would always have a Super Bowl party, and I was way younger than my older brother and his friends, Mike Davidson among them, but we would go to the Davidsons. When I was a kid, they had a Super Bowl party, and they had a pool table, and I used to play, usually by myself because all the older kids were, I guess my brother Doug, in 82, they were 17. And my brother Mike was 19, and I was 13, so they didn't want me around, so I wound up doing my own thing. And I remember watching that game thinking, Niners are in the Super Bowl. This is unbelievable. We've never seen this. And then, oh, my, they're probably not going to win now because they're trailing. And then they came back and they won. And it was all the range of emotions because you remember how those playoffs went. That was the famous Miami-San Diego game where Kellen Winslow had that unbelievable performance to beat Miami in that game where he scored 2 touchdowns. He was bleeding. He blocked the field goal. and then they went and they lost to Cincinnati.
Yep.
And so you thought, all right, Niners, you're going to handle this. And then they were losing, and then they came back and won that game. So just, you talked about it earlier, like where were you and do you remember?
They were the dog, though, right?
Yeah.
The Niners were the dog against the Bengals.
I believe so.
Yeah.
5-point dog, I think.
Well, that was my first introduction to gambling because...
Look at you, early.
I wasn't the gambler. That's not what I mean. It was on my 7th birthday.
Cash me out one
Call
time.
my message phone.
Hey, Mom, I want you to bake me a cake for my birthday. You can use my funds if you want.
Totally.
Niners +5. So we have a birthday party / Super Bowl party at the house, and we're living in Foster City, and we're having family and friends over. Entirely odd concept to me that one of those guests would come to our house and root against the 49ers.
Whoa.
And I wanted to know what the hell was going on. What the hell? Why did Uncle Enos, why did he want the Bengals to win? He lives here in the Bay Area. Dad, what is up with that?
I'm looking right here at oddsshark.com, the betting history. Niners favored by 1 in that game.
Really?
Yeah, by 1. This is according to oddsshark.com.
I thought for sure they were the dog.
Yeah, I'm looking at it here. Niners by 1, over-under of 48, 26-21 your final.
26-21, yeah.
47.
So
Pay the under.
There you go.
But barely.
So the thing was, though, it took me a while to sort of get my dad to admit what was going on.
Oh no.
And I didn't, because I'm like, why? Why would he? What did the Niners do to him? Like, what the hell? The Bengals? The hell's he doing? He's never even been to Cincinnati. What's he doing there? And I don't know if it was late that night or the next day or whatever, but my dad kind of looked at me. I think he had a little something on that. A little something on the game,
What does that mean, Dad?
Yeah, what is this? What? He had what on the game? What does that mean? So, yeah, Uncle was betting on Cincinnati.
Come on, Unc.
Taking the point.
Yeah.
And he went home unhappy.
No.
That's a big L. That's a big L.
It's just, man, Niners favored over Miami by 3.5, cover. Favored by 7 over Cincinnati the second time, no cover.
No cover.
Favored by 12 over Denver.
Cover 4 times.
Ottoman.
Yep.
They won by 45. Favored by 18 and a hook over San Diego. That's a cover.
Can you imagine that now? I don't think something could exist. An 18-point spread in the Super Bowl? There is no scenario where that would exist anymore.
The last time there was a double-digit favorite in the Super Bowl
was
Manning gets away. Tyree helmet.
Oh.
First down. They were favored by 12.
And they lost.
Outright.
Jeez.
Outright.
Yeah, I don't think that'll ever happen again. Not 18.
St. Louis by 14 over New England. Tommy's first. They won that one outright.
They won outright.
Outright.
Yeah.
Green Bay by 11 over Denver. Denver wins outright. These are the last 3 double digits.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch and YouTube, powered by First NorCal Credit Union, the smart choice for low auto loan rates and super simple online application process. Let's go to Joe in San Jose. Hey, Joe, what are you doing?
Hey, how's it going?
Great.
I just want to say I'm like you. I'm 49 years old. I was 8 years old for Super Bowl 16. I have fuzzy memories of the catch as well. My favorite memory, or my first major memory for the Niners, was Super Bowl 16. That goal line stands.
Yep.
I remember watching that with my dad, and my dad standing up and cheering and throwing the popcorn bucket off his leg and going, nothing finer than a 49er. And I learned that expression then when I was a kid. I love that moment. I watch the games now with my son. My son is 15 years old, and I want this Super Bowl this year for him so badly because I want him to know what that's like. He did get to grow up with a sports dynasty with the Warriors, which was awesome, but I want this football for him so bad. My favorite Super Bowl memory, though, has got to be Super Bowl 23, 30 seconds left, Montana to Taylor, pulling that pulling that victory out. That was just the best.
You know what, Joe? Yes, it was. And two things about that game. And Joe, thank you so much. I hope for your kids and mine and everybody of a certain age, I hope we get this one. That drive by Joe Montana, famously where he looks up and there's John Candy in the stands and he goes, "Hey, look, John Candy," and then looks at the team and goes, "All right, you guys want to get the Super Bowl ring? Let's go get it right now," and stays Joe cool through the whole thing. A couple things about it. They replayed it on NFL Network when I was sick last week. So when I was like just laid out with a fever and you had my back in here, I'm watching Joe Montana bring the Niners down the field and win a Super Bowl. And it was.
And you were so feverish, you weren't sure if they were going to pull it out.
I caught the fever. I caught the fever for the flavor of the Niners.
Look at you.
Yeah, it was. Look, it still had all the feels. I still felt for Sam Weish yet again, the head coach of the Bengals, watching this thing crumble. But beautiful drive, and all of the emotions come out. And then something else also occurred to me. If Joe Montana did that drive today, people would have showed up the next day to call him a game manager. I'm telling you, man. Dink, 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 yak, yak.
A lot of yak?
Dink, dink, all the way down the field. There was the one crossing route to Jerry Rice where it looked like he was going to break free and run it all the way into the end zone, but there was a touchdown-saving tackle just at the high red zone. But it was a lot of, hey, Roger Dodger. It was a lot of boop, boop, 5 yards, 6 yards, boop, boop.
8-7-7.
There you go.
Craig for 1, Craig for 4, Jerry for 17 on a pass.
That's the one.
Roger for 13, incomplete. We had illegal man downfield, Randy Cross.
Randy. Track together.
2nd and 20 at the 45 with 1:17 to go. And he hits Jerry for 27.
There you go.
Then Roger for 8, and then JT for 10, night.
Yep. Yeah. It was a thing of beauty.
A lot of Jerry and Roger.
He was just running a system, though.
Yeah.
Distributing the ball to his great players. That's all he was doing. I don't even know why we gave him any credit for it.
The system was, where's number 80?
Stupid. Ben in Newark. Hey, Ben, thanks for calling. What's up?
Hey, it's hard to follow Claire Bosa, but oh my God. Maybe we just have a podcast for new heights like Travis and Jason.
I tell you what, you know what, actually, Ben? I had real high hopes for you because I wasn't going to compare you to Cheryl Bosa or Claire Bosa or any of those people, but your phone does not allow us to hear your voice, and that is actually what ended up taking you down.
Call back, Ben. We'll get you to the front of the line.
Definitely. Let's go to Jeff in San Jose. Hi, Jeff. What are you doing?
Hey, how you guys doing?
Great.
So my great memory of Super Bowl 16, I actually got to be there. I was a kid, so I lived in Chicago at the time. My uncle lived in Michigan, and for Christmas, I found out, holy cow, I'm going to the Super Bowl. It was crazy. And that was in the traffic getting there was horrible. And my dad's like, we're going to miss the kickoff. And so he actually drove on the shoulder for probably 5 miles. I was like, oh my God, my dad's actually doing this? This is nuts. We're going to get pulled over by a cop. Get in there. It was phenomenal. We had end zone seats. And if you guys remember the cover of Sports Illustrated, I think it was Earl Cooper.
Yes.
Spiking the ball in the end zone.
Number 49.
Yeah. We were in the opposite end zone, so I always kid people that, hey, I'm on the cover of Sports Illustrated, even though I'm a little stack. But our tickets were, I want to say the tickets were like $100. And it was when obviously Super Bowls weren't all that big, but fun memory.
Jeff, thank you. Thank you very much. Appreciate that. That was the iconic photo where it looked like whoever was taking the picture was almost like underneath Earl Cooper, who wore number 49. And so it was iconic, and it was very apropos. The 49ers surprised everybody that season. Joe Montana bursts onto the scene. Bill Walsh becomes a household name, and there's number 49 breaking through into the end zone on a short pass, breaks a tackle at the goal line, goes in, and then has a leaping spike of the football, and there's a cameraman who caught it from literally like right underneath it, and it became a photo that I'm sure for me, for 49er fans, if you've been around for a minute, that's a photo you never, ever forget.
I'm looking at it right now, and it's the date on the SI cover is Feb 1, 1982. So as of tomorrow, it will be 42 years ago. Cooper up high with the left hand, doing a little bit of a scissor kick as there's a Bengal lineman on his stomach. 57 is walking away, and the caption is Earl Cooper's TD jolts the Bengals. And the photographer feels like he's right there.
Right there.
Underneath him.
And my memory is doing weird things on this. I feel like Earl Cooper switched to number 49 that year, maybe wore number 89 before that. Was there some sort of position change, wide receiver to tight end to fullback, something like that? The number rules were different back then.
For sure. Stricter.
Yeah, absolutely. Much stricter. So if you were a tight end, you had to wear something in the 80s. So he switched, I think. I want to say from like tight end to fullback or something like that.
According to Pro Football Reference, he wore 49 throughout that year, and then he switched to 89 the next year.
It's the other way. It's the other way.
Yeah, the next year he became a tight end.
That's what it was.
And so he went to 89 the following year, but he was a fullback, and 49 was his number, and then 89, and then he eventually wore 86 with the Raiders.
Yeah.
The Los Angeles Raiders.
So is it Gristilzer on YouTube who says, Earl Cooper, they eventually converted from the running back to a tight end. So he went from 49 to 89. Again, I was 7, so I didn't know if I was remembering that right, but I remembered something about that number switch.
You got to be better as a 7-year-old.
Thank you. I will try next time
nowadays, it's completely, and I'll spend 10 seconds on this and say, I kind of miss the old days, and I know I love the young people. I'm old-fashioned, but Roquan Smith, great linebackers wearing number 0. I miss the days where you could look at a guy's number and you could know what position he plays. That's all.
Well, you to a degree.
Randy Gregory wears number 5.
Yeah,
He's
but
a pass rusher.
It's not any number though. It's not like you can just do whatever the hell you want.
Right, but the only players that are beholden to a certain number group is offensive linemen. They have to wear between 50 and 69.
Well, there are rules for even like a wide receiver. They just expanded the rules. They can't. A wide receiver can't wear 35.
You can wear anything from 0 to 50.
I know. I think it's 0 to 19 or in the 80s. Like a wide receiver can't wear 92.
Right.
I don't think a wide receiver can wear 72 or 62 or even 52 or 42.
But
I think it's single digits, teens, and 80s. I think.
Yeah, maybe 20s too, and 20s and 30s, depending on.
So, who's the wide receiver wearing 20 or 30 something?
Well, and again, I mean, in positionless football, you can be a running back who's really a wide receiver.
Sure, Debo gets to wear whatever he wants.
19 problems.
Plays them all.
Love it.
It's Warrior Wednesday, brought to you by Freedman's Appliance, trusted name since 1922. Visit freedmansappliance.com today. I'm having a blast hearing all these stories. So keep them coming. 888-957-9570. Steve Kerr at 5 o'clock. This is Willard and Dibs.
The Red and Gold hotline is up and running.
Bang, bang.
Off your first box.
Dub Nation, it's Draymond Green. My head coach Steve Kerr joins Willard and Dibbs today, right here on 95.7 The Game.
That is correct. In 42 minutes, we'll talk to Coach.
Coach, finally.
Yeah, exactly.
Happier. Anyway.
How many times this year have we gotten to talk to him the day after a win?
You got to Google it, but it's been maybe 4 or 5 in a row.
3 or 4.
Yeah. It's been tough. And last night, nice win. Good win.
Yeah.
They played well, and, they had a lead, and they held the lead. They didn't lose the lead, and they didn't lose the game, which is kind of cool.
Well, Steph was fantastic. Jonathan Kuminga has become very, very consistent. Draymond Green called him a star after the game. Sure, the Sixers were wounded. Tyrese Maxey was out. Joel Embiid was not full speed and then was knocked out of the game. So we take all that into account. But I look at everything right now. We'll get back to Niners here in just a sec. But I look at everything through the lens of the trade deadline, which is now, what, 9 days away? 8 days away?
8 days.
Okay. So I think the Warriors about a month ago were like, we don't want to trade Jonathan Kuminga. And I'm sure that emotion has only grown, but I wonder if it's grown completely out of the building. In other words, I've been in the camp as well the whole time where I'm like, I hope they don't trade Jonathan Kuminga, but there were times over the last 2 months where depending on what your goal was, like are you still trying to win this year? What is it you're trying to set up financially for years to come? This is a complex puzzle for the Warriors right now, and I don't know if there are a lot of great answers, but it feels like, and I can remember talking about this with you about 5-6 weeks ago, I kept using the word information. Every game is information and an opportunity for these players to go out and sort of shape the narrative about him. Nobody has handled that better than Jonathan Kuminga. I would argue his play over the last 5 weeks has had him arrive at untouchable-ville.
It is a Ville. It's a Ville.
And I think he's there.
Well, there's only one resident of that Ville. Steph Curry is the mayor of untouchable Ville.
But that's why I bring it up. Shams has brought up a bunch of times, all people not named Curry. You sure? Jonathan Kuminga, I would hope, is not on the block. I would hope that Kuminga is not on the block.
If you trade Kuminga, then you would have to trade a high-priced somebody else to bring in a real impactful guy who's going to help you not only now, but in the future as well. And if you do that, Does it make you a championship team more than what you have right now? I don't see what that trade could possibly be.
Agreed.
In terms of who you might get back. And the way he's playing and the praise he's getting from Draymond Green and others makes me think also he's an untouchableville. But the more I look at this team, the more I think that they're not going to make any trade outside of maybe a Chris Paul shuttle for another veteran who's on an expiring, a guy who can actually help you and play now. I don't think you're trading anybody. You're not trading Wiggins, I don't think.
Well, I mean, that's the one that everybody sort of has been thinking, yeah, like that's the one you want to move on from. But it has changed. His play has been really good. Steve Kerr telling you guys last week that Draymond Green has unlocked the ability for Kuminga and Wiggins to play together. And if that's the case, then you do start to wonder, not so much, are they a contender again? They're not. But what's the point of these trades that you want to make? What's the point?
Right.
Like, well, trade Chris Paul for an expiring deal. He is an expiring deal.
Right.
Trade Clay for an expiring deal. He is an expiring deal. So what's the point? Are you trying to, win now? And if you are, there's someone out there that's going to do that better than some of the guys that you already have continuity with. And if you're trying to open up finances for the future, I'd argue that already exists. So I still think there may be a move because the Warriors feel like they should make a move. But I'm in agreement with you that it is not very obvious what that move is. There's not a lot that makes any sense.
Right.
They're in a real weird spot.
They're in a spot where you hope to get acquisitions at the deadline in terms of Chris Paul and GP2. And if they get healthy and you still believe that your team is good enough to make a run, then you don't make a trade. And that, to me, comes more from Mike Dunleavy Jr. and those above him, including Joe Lacob. I think Steve Kerr already believes that. So does Mike Dunleavy think that as well? Does the Brain Trust think that if you get GP2 back and Chris Paul back, that with this new Kuminga and with Andrew Wiggins playing like he used to, are you good enough to make a run? If they think that's a yes from them, dog, then you're not going to make a trade.
Yeah, I don't know. Like every time somebody throws one of these, I've been on
Zach
the trade.
LaVine.
Oh, God, Zach LaVine. Like, what are you doing? For what?
Right.
For what? Like you're
for Clay.
Okay, great. So another scorer who you don't like the way Clay's defense has declined. So let's get someone who's never played defense ever in his life and can lock up big money for 4 more years instead of 1. And you'll find people. I mean, I guess on social media you can find anything. But Zach LaVine. It's like the worst idea you could possibly come up with. Zach LaVine on the Warriors. From 8 different angles, it's the worst idea you could possibly come up with in any way, shape, or form. But I get it. He's a name, and he's put the ball in the bucket before, so yay. Horrible idea.
I'm with you.
Zero fit.
People love it. He's younger. He's got that ha-ha.
Oh.
He can fill it up.
The Clinton Dicks?
Totally.
That's what I call it.
Thank you, ha-ha Clinton Dicks.
Ha-ha.
Coming off an 8-point performance at Toronto in a win.
Superb. Mwah. Restaurant quality.
That's why the more we think about, and we'll get back to the Niners here in 30 seconds, but the idea of what trade could you make? I don't see a trade that makes you better now and or makes you more financially flexible in the future. I just don't see it.
The only thing is if Wiggins is playing his way into a real contender being like, we want that guy, and the Warriors see someone who can come in and maybe take a little bit more of a back seat in a wing position alongside Kuminga and have that contract expire quicker than Andrews does.
Yeah.
I could see that. But I don't know if that exists. Does that exist with the Dallas Mavericks? That's a team that's reportedly had eyes for Wiggins. I don't know. The paths to a trade for the Warriors are so narrow. There's just not a lot out there that makes any sense. If you haven't already, make sure you subscribe to Willard and Dibs on the free Odyssey app or wherever you find your favorite podcast. We would be so thankful if you did. while you're there, you can check out all the great content from our other shows, like Brian Baldinger on with the Morning Roast yesterday, Hunter Pence on with us yesterday, Cheryl Bosa on with us earlier today, Steve Kerr on with us in 34 minutes. GPD is on the line, ladies and gentlemen. Say hello to Grandpa Daddy in Hayward. Grandpa Daddy, what are you doing?
Hey, how you guys doing, man?
Couldn't be better.
Good to hear your voice.
Same to you.
Hey, the game. Check this out. So, at halftime, we had a watch party at my mom's house. So we're like, oh, my God, what's going on? Oh, no. And my niece's son, he's 10 years old, dude. He's a running back for Pee Wee football, and he's a linebacker. Hardcore 49er fan, right? At halftime, he took off his hat and he took off his jersey, and he went outside and said, I'm done. He was almost crying. and his mom, my niece, Deja, she says, you can't do that. She goes, everybody, and then she, in the room, she told the whole room, there's like 20 people. She says, stop pouring negative energy into existence. It's only the first half. We can still do it. What's wrong with you people? She says, please breathe positive energy into this. She gets the watch party game ball.
I tell you what, sounds like Hunter Pence would really, really enjoy your family member, GPD.
Hey, one more thing, Mark.
Yes.
Hey, how about my $50? Woo! Did I remember?
That's right. Oh, I remember your $50.
Oh yeah, His daughter spent it 4 months ago.
Exactly. Yeah, we got smoothies and ice cream.
What it was.
No, I'm kidding. I'm kidding. We put it. It's right. I still know exactly where it is. I know exactly where that $50 bill is, and it is awaiting an answer coming up here in a week and a half.
Baby, I want to tell you guys, I got your presents. They've been sitting on my armoire since Christmas, still wrapped in Christmas paper. I'm coming Tuesday. I'm going to text Matt. Matt told me to text you or whenever.
Okay. Tuesday it is. GPD, I mean, I don't ever want to sound expectant, but you've mentioned these things like 14 times, and so now I'm looking forward to it.
Love you guys, man. Thank
Grandpa
you.
Daddy. Take care of those kids out there, Grandpa
we love
Daddy.
you too, GPD.
Yeah.
Grandpa Daddy. That's just another story of what people did at halftime. And it is funny, like, because as we said, I mean, I think even though now actually people like Hunter Pence, you actually can't talk them out of this. Like they do. They believe at such a level that they believe that they had an effect on what actually happened in the game.
Cheryl Bosa too.
That's right. They
were
moved
switching
around,
seats,
and once it started going well, they could not move again.
Right. Stick and stay.
That's fair, though. But I think it's not like – I think it's two different things. You don't actually walk out of there with a rational thought of like, we did that. But I just get into – because to me it's fun. It's fun, and I am a believer in the positive energy in the room. I just believe that affected the positive energy in our room, not theirs.
Sure.
I didn't put Christian McCaffrey in the end zone because my daughter came over and changed the energy.
You did.
It helped us, though.
Ayuk doesn't make that catch unless your daughter comes over and sits on the couch on her phone for 2 hours. That's a fact. If Ella's not on TikTok in your house, Ayuk bobbles that and he drops it.
Maybe.
If Cheryl Bosa doesn't switch seats at halftime, if Grandpa Daddy doesn't shake it up at his watch party, if my friend Angie doesn't sit in the kitchen the whole time, if I don't shoo my 16-month-old into the other room, all these things collectively led to that win. You know it, Mark.
I was actually going to – I did. I put this out on Twitter earlier today, and I was going to mention it to our audience, and I mean it. You can hit me up on any platform out there that you know where you can get a hold of us. But the lovely Christy and I are like, let's go do something special for the Super Bowl. Like, we're going to go just get away. We're just going to go get away for an overnight because quite frankly, as much as I love everybody in the watch parties, to actually have that when the Niners are in the game feels almost too distracting. It feels like too much. And so we're like, let's go get away. So I'm like, okay, so where does that put us? So if you've got any ideas of like really cool watch party experience, it could be big, small, or anything in between, I'd love to hear about it. Bay Area extended. We don't mind going on a little bit of drive. I'd like it to be in the state of California, but would love. Now, some of the people responded to me, though, and went, no, you need to be right back where you were for the NFC title game. So, like, we've been taking these calls all week of what you did to change the energy at halftime.
Yeah.
Do a lot of you now extend that to the Super Bowl? Like, everyone's got to go same people, same clothing, same position, same room. I don't know. To me, every game it's a new entity.
I get that. Different energy.
Yeah.
And I also am thinking about that in terms of the way you're laying that out, because last Super Bowl that the Niners were in, I went to my man Justin Sanchez's house, as previously discussed.
Yes, Super Bowl party.
Great Super Bowl party, and the Niners lost. And so I've mentioned Justin, who is a captain in the Oakland Fire Department, many times, and I'm sure he's listening if he's not on call. And he already extended the invite to me and the lovely supper and
Beautiful.
our baby for Super Bowl. But I thought about it in terms of what you've been talking about, the energy and all that. The last time I was at his house for the Super Bowl was when the Niners lost
to the Chiefs.
Yeah. So if I go back to his house for the Super Bowl, am I destined to relive the same experience against the same opponent?
Or are you going back to the scene of the crime to fix it?
Exactly.
I mean, that's what Nick Bosa wanted, according to Cheryl.
Right.
He wanted the Chiefs again.
I think you should go to Justin's house, Tibbs.
I want the Chiefs. Yeah. I want, he wants the Chiefs. He wants
Miss
to play.
Piggy, we're going to Justin's. Hey, Fozzie, grab my briefcase.
He wants to do it again.
Right. And
okay.
I would like to also do it again, but at the same time, I don't want to go there and have the Niners be up by 10 and be elbow deep in chips and dip and the 10-layer dip and have the whole thing happen again. I'd feel responsible.
By the way, that's totally happening.
They're going to be up 10.
They're going to be up 10 in the fourth quarter. You all get that, right?
You said it yesterday.
Does everybody understand that?
It's uncomfortable, but I don't
the Niners
think you're
will be
wrong.
up by 10 in the fourth quarter. Like, that's happening. And then Mahomes gets the ball.
Oh, God.
Here we go. Buckle the bleep up.
I'm not ready for that 11 days in advance or whatever we are.
Me neither, but if I offered it to any one of you, you'd all say yes. Because it means the Niners are up by 10 in the fourth quarter of the Super Bowl.
I wonder about that. 888-957-957. Would you rather be up 10?
Be behind?
Would you rather be up 10?
Or up 50?
Or down 10 with Brock having the ball?
Oh, God. Up 10.
Brock's the dude now.
Up 10.
But there's a certain amount of fatalism when you're up 10 and Pat has the ball. There's that feeling of PTSD.
I get it.
And here we go again, as opposed to you're down 10 with Brock having the ball?
Yeah, but that's crazy to say I want to be down double digits in the fourth quarter. That's crazy. Like, just simple math tells you.
Let's just say start of the fourth.
But you have a way, way better chance of winning that game if you're up 10 as opposed to down 10. But you got
Big Sock Brock, who all he does is come back from behind, as opposed to, you're going to watch Mahomes do that to you again? Do that to me one more time?
No, we're going to get him this time. They're going to throw the flag on the holding this time.
I'm proud of my line to Cheryl Bosa.
You're going to throw the flag.
It's pretty good.
It was good.
I'm still beaming over here. The Chiefs held Bosa more than Cheryl did when he was a baby.
They did. They did. And he cried both times.
Oh, yikes.
Live Bosa.
Yeah. I mean, by the way, I know that people will, at least I hope not. I hope that doesn't end up making the rounds, that Nick wanted the Chiefs. Like, in our social media age, it might. This might already be at the Kansas City Star. I have no idea.
Totally.
But the idea that he wants...
Or at the Baltimore...
Baltimore Sun.
I hope we don't put that on social.
Boy, I hope we don't.
You already did,
totally
Lucas.
Did, didn't you?
You won't.
God.
Hope there isn't a link attached to it. No one clicks on it, huh?
Yeah.
You're such a bleep starter. You're such a bleep starter.
I hope he didn't include me, because I would retweet that. Because, come on, that's bulletin. Although,
but hold on a second.
It's rear view mirror bulletin board
but it's
material.
also, if you're Nick Bosa, understand what the opposite answer is. Would you want to chase Lamar Jackson around?
I'd rather not. He's pretty speedy.
It's so Trumpian. I know.
It's not.
I know that Mahomes.
Your Bosa's too Kermitian.
So what? That's, much more vanilla. Anyway.
Mine's a little bit more orange.
I mean.
Come on.
Thank you. Mahomes is the best. But if I'm a D lineman, I don't want to chase Lamar. He's the fastest quarterback in the history of ever. I don't want to have anything to do with that. Lamar Jackson. That feels annoying as a pass rusher.
Right.
I'm going to beat my guy, and then this slippery dude is flying around doing backflips and running away from me. No thanks.
And Mahomes isn't annoying at all. I mean, you grab him and you pull him down, and next thing you know, whoop!
I know he throws it around his back,
behind the
Travis
back.
Kelce's waving to Taylor.
Exactly.
I know. No, they're both phenomenal.
Equally annoying in different ways.
But harder to catch easily, Mahomes or Lamar. It's Lamar.
Whose throws are easier to catch as a defense?
Patrick's, but if I'm a pass rusher.
Lamar's. As a defense.
Oh, as a defense.
Lamar's going to give you a couple.
No, but as a pass rusher, I want someone who might be there when I get there.
But when I get there, he's already thrown it. It's tremendous. It really upsets you.
Oh, gosh. Yeah, I'll take a 10-point lead, and I'll handle it. Don't give me a 10-point deficit. Are you kidding me?
You're turning on your guy.
What are you talking about?
Give me Brock with the rock.
Give me the lead. Give me you're playing well for 3.5 quarters. You can do it.
Give me Brock Purdy.
Put your ball into it.
Give me the Brock Purdy comeback story one more time.
Oh, God.
As opposed to the inevitability of Mahomes carving you up again.
He's not going to carve you up. That's not the offense.
You gave up 21 unanswered.
Yeah, they had Tyreek Hill. He had people who could run.
They've got Rashee Rice, and Rice is open at the 20. He's cutting at the 15.
Who are you?
He's maneuvering at the 10. He's wriggled free at the 5.
It's a 2-yard gain for Rashee Rice.
I mean,
2nd and 8.
You're Bosa, my Bosa. Put him aside. You're Kevin Harlan. And I said this to him off the air.
Right
Randy,
between the eyes.
It just is so good. I mean, it's a 5. And I am hesitant to praise Mark for anything.
It's a hesitation.
Number 5. That's $1. It is a 5. It's really good.
It's a hesitation sensation.
It's the inflection. It's the tempo. It's the graveliness. You've got it all, kid.
You've got it all.
All over. Yeah, that's the Jets, by the way.
Oh, my gosh.
Look
good
at you.
pull. Yeah. I used to, I had the cassette tape for that.
Stay on topic. Win the big days.
That was a cassette that I had.
Dude, trust me.
Not a CD, a cassette.
I hate to come over the top, but I saw him in concert.
Oh, God.
Now that one works, Grandy. What you did to me in the crossover was wrong.
You saw the Jets in concert?
Of course.
That's amazing.
The 80s, bro.
That's amazing.
That's what we did. I wore lime green.
People are like, Vinny Testaverde was the lead singer? What are you even talking about? That's a strong concert.
Yeah, sorry.
That's a strong. Yeah. I saw Whitney. I didn't see the Jets. I saw Kool and the Gang.
I saw Millie and Vanilli. Trust me. I mean,
but did you? Or was it just holograms and somebody else was singing?
It was the Summer Jam down at Shoreline.
I love Summer Jam.
Do one every year.
I told you the Summer Jam story I had with the guy next to me on the lawn at Shoreline was throwing skateboard wheels.
Yeah.
Down at the people who had seats.
That's what we did back then.
I'm like, what, bro? You realize this could turn into murder? Like this, you might get charged with murder.
Murder was the case that they gave me.
Murder, she wrote.
Thank you.
All right. Do we have time? Yeah, Jeremy and Oakland.
What's going on here?
Sorry, Randy.
Jeremy, go ahead. What's up? What are you doing?
I am currently delivering mail on this wet afternoon.
Oh my gosh! Hang in there, Jeremy. I hope you got a Sherpa or something.
Oh no, I'm all geared up. This is not my first rodeo. I'm good.
Okay.
But you guys have been discussing all week about and hearing other listeners' stories about changing the energy and what did they do and to flip the switch at halftime and everything. And the only thing I can think of is that episode, and I don't know if you've seen it, but the episode of Malcolm in the Middle where Hal, the dad, played by Bryan Cranston, is bowling a perfect game, and with each flame that goes by, different things happen, and he tells everyone to do exactly the same thing they did as he's rolling the ball. And I don't know if you've seen it. It's hilarious. Go find the clip on YouTube. But it's just I didn't do much to change the energy. I just took my hat off because I was honestly down in the dumps, and I thought we were going to lose.
That's all it takes, Jeremy. That's all it takes. That's a rally cap or lack thereof.
Exactly.
I mean, the beauty of these superstitions is whatever you think worked, did. That's it. That's it. There's no wrong answer. If you did something different, or even if something different just happened to your room, like me going to pick up my daughter was not something where I'm like, I'm going to pick up my daughter to change the energy. No, it was just she called and was like, can I come over?
Right.
I'm like, yes. And then she was there and I'm like, oh, you changed the energy. So after the fact,
yeah,
completely.
You never know. You never know what is going to work or what you feel like works, but come to the Super Bowl and you may have to try something totally different. You may have to go take her somewhere and drop her off this time.
God. We're presented by Fremont Bank, full service banking, no compromises. More of your calls coming up. Oh, and this guy, Steve Kerr, is going to hop on the program in 18 minutes. Willard and Dibs.
The Road to Vegas is brought to you by Zenni, the official eyewear of the San Francisco 49ers. Shop from over 3,000 styles at 80% off retail prices exclusively at Zenni.com.
The Red and Gold hotline is up and running.
That catch by Ayuk was incredible.
Steve, did we lose you?
Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm here.
Hey, Dub Nation, it's Steve Kerr, and you're listening to Willard and Dibbs on 95.7 The Game.
You'll be listening to Steve Kerr in 11 minutes. His weekly visit with us is on tap, like your favorite brew. All right, it is a Warrior Wednesday brought to you by Valley Heating, Cooling, Electrical, and Solar, locally and family owned, and the home of old-fashioned service for all your home comfort needs since 1962. Check them out at valleyheating.com. Yeah, Steve Kerr coming up. We want to let you hear some of what some of the Warriors had to say about the 49ers when the 49ers went to go see the Warriors. So we'll do that coming up in a little bit. That's a fun night. Like if you were a fan and you went to the Warrior game last night, you got treated to a win, but there was the secondary show, which I feel was almost as good.
Right.
But like every time out in the first quarter, another 49er was making his entrance down on the floor.
And it's pretty fun to see NFL players next to NBA players, like, for example, Draymond Green, who's 6'5", maybe 6'6", maybe 6'4", whatever. He's not the biggest guy out there. And then you see him stand next to Ayuk and Debo, and you go, oh, my God, Debo's tiny.
Yeah.
He's tiny, but he's not really tiny.
No.
He's probably 6 foot, maybe 5'11", whatever the height is. But then you see Trent Williams also courtside. It's like, oh my God.
Not tiny.
No, that's a big guy.
Yeah.
That's a big guy.
They all got custom jerseys.
Pretty
in the
cool.
Suite down below. George Kittle making a big entrance with the Looney jersey, not the one that was gifted to him, his own.
Yeah.
And he was there with his wife, Claire. And they just have such a presence. So that one just stopped the game when the two of them walked in.
Right.
Doesn't matter what section you're in. You're like, oh, that's George.
And he comes in with, a couple of minutes gone by in the first quarter, and, it's a grand entrance. And the PA announcer, who is our coworker,
Yes,
Matt
indeed.
Pittman, gave him a big, growling, welcome to the NFC Champions. And he does it so well. And it's like, man, that is so cool.
Yeah, that was
would have been
fun.
fun to be there for that.
That was fun last night. Absolutely. We'll talk to Steve Kerr about that and so much more. But let's keep talking to you first. Linda in Stockton here on Willard and Dibbs. Hi, Linda. Linda, you there?
Go on.
Oh, Linda. Jordan in Fremont. Hi, Jordan. What are you doing?
Hey, what's up, man?
What's up?
Hey, Dibbs. Been listening to you since the beginning. Willard, great caller. So, hey, my biggest call is that, oh, my God. Hey.
Wow, that was really weird. I didn't do that. Did anybody do that?
No.
I didn't do that.
I didn't do anything.
He called me a caller, but I didn't do that. He's like,
Sure.
You're a great radio caller.
Yeah.
Yeah. Like I'm a carnival barker or something like that.
I ran a guy last week when I was in your seat. He came at me once. I let it go. He came at me a second time.
What did he say?
I can't remember, but it was just annoying.
You can say whatever you want. I don't care. I got a few rules on social media. You will only get blocked if you get like racist, sexist, or unreasonably political. There's so much political stuff out there right now that you could be like, wow, I thought the defense played well in the third quarter. And they'll be like, okay, woke mob. You're like, what the hell are you talking? What are you doing? So, like, that's it. But yeah, come on the air, say whatever you want. Call me a carnival barker. That's fine.
Sure.
What do you want to get for it? No.
Somebody was saying how you were serving Radnich coffee. It's the only reason why you're here. You're his coffee boy.
Did you ever get him coffee?
No, I got another guy coffee in this market. Yes, and I actually mentioned that. And it wasn't Radnich, and he wasn't a coffee drinker.
I've gotten you coffee before.
You have, yeah.
I've offered.
You're a good guy.
You usually say no thanks.
Not a big coffee guy.
I get Lucas coffee a lot.
Yeah. I go a cup in the morning, maybe.
Maybe not a lot, but it's happened.
Yeah.
It's it, right?
Yeah.
Because we like the same foofy coffee drinks.
It's nice.
Yeah.
And you're a good guy like that.
Well, yeah, try.
Anyway.
Walter and Pinole. Hi, Walter. What are you doing?
Hey, fellas. I think maybe I'm off topic. I started listening kind of late, about 13 minutes ago, but I heard someone say something about superstition. And I know you guys were talking about that Tuesday and Monday, so I kind of wanted to share.
Yeah, no, fire away. What'd you do? What'd you do to change the energy on Sunday?
Well, it wasn't what I did. So the past two NFC Championship games, my father-in-law stopped by, and obviously, we lost both games. This past Sunday, I'm hanging out with my wife, and I'm thinking it's just me and the wife. We're going to watch the game. The kids are playing Roblox in the room somewhere. And my father-in-law shows up. And, sure enough, right, first half, we're losing. Halftime, he says, well, I got to go to AutoZone. And he takes off, and the rest is history.
Wow.
That's kind of...
So he got in the zone, AutoZone, and then you got in the zone with the 49ers.
Yep.
Okay. All right.
He didn't quite follow the bit there.
That wasn't that good.
That's right. Yeah.
Wasn't that funny.
Yeah. I know.
Wasn't anywhere near like your Bosa joke or anything.
Appreciate
like that.
it.
Yeah. Yeah. But anyway. Look, again, I'm going to say the same thing. Whatever you think changed the energy, you're right. That's it. You're right.
It worked.
Yeah. Hunter Pence is right. Him losing his voice won the game. Walter is right. His father-in-law leaving won the game. For you, your mother-in-law arriving, my daughter arriving, we're right. Whatever it is, that's what it is. And you don't have to do it again.
You may have to do it again.
But I think that's a replication sensation. I'm not into that.
Right.
I don't think you try to don't try to replicate it because you can't. It's a totally different day and a totally different game in a totally different city against a totally different opponent. It's got its own deal. You got to be ready to change the energy again.
Exactly. So you may have to do it again, but you may have to do it in a different way, or you go back to your tried and true. If it was a jersey that you were wearing and you don't start with it on Sunday and the Super Bowl, you may have to go to it mid-game, or you may have to try something else to change that energy.
You may have to throw it away. I don't know.
Right.
Nelson in San Jose. Hi, Nelson. What are you doing?
Sitting in traffic on 101. How are you guys doing?
Fantastic.
So I got a nice story kind of about changing the game. And so I was at the game on Sunday, sitting in Mr. John Moyer's suite.
Whoop.
And halftime starts, and Chris Davis walks in with his wife and his daughter. He walks in at the start of the third quarter. We get that fumble recovery, go down, score. He sits in that suite for the rest of the game, and the game just never turned around for Detroit. He was in it. He was great. He talked to everybody, and he did not act like he was better than anybody. He was just great.
So now you need to find him again for the Super Bowl.
Right.
Nelson.
I hope he's listening, and if he can contact John Moyer, and he'll find him a place in Las Vegas.
Perfect.
Love it. Love it, Nelson. Thank you very, very much. We've sort of circled back into the energy changing realm. We've been talking all afternoon about 49er fan experiences based on when you were born and how so many of us have the foundation of championships and therefore maybe attack things now in a way that's a little bit less intense than those of you who are under 40 years old who sort of feel like or actually have not ever seen the 49ers win a Super Bowl before. What's really interesting to me is the way that may shape the way we view certain dignitaries who are a part of all this. I really am interested to sort of explore how that affects the way someone views Kyle Shanahan. I think he's fantastic. I've defended him all over the place. I think it's odd that I need to defend him. He's built an incredible program, and he dances in the Final Four almost every year for the 49ers and has done so, in the opinion of many, without a good quarterback. So that is just wild. It's wild across the board. But I also understand that I've got a foundation of the Niners have won championships. And for those who've never seen that before, the near misses of Kyle Shanahan actually might trigger something as opposed to being considered a good thing.
I guess, but if you're also younger and you don't remember Bill Walsh and George Seifert, and maybe you remember a little bit of Steve Mariucci, what you do know is all those years of Mike Nolan and Mike Singletary and Erickson and Chip Kelly and Tom Sula and the failures. And yeah, you know about Harbaugh and those close calls, but that was 4 years and out. And now Shanahan has had more prolonged success than Harbaugh had. And he's been to a Super Bowl like Harbaugh had. Now he's going to a second. So I don't know why you would feel differently as a younger fan than you would as an older fan in that way.
One of the things we're going to start off with Steve Kerr is the experience of having all those 49ers in the building yesterday. It led to this also. Draymond Green postgame with Bonte and the crew, NBC Sports Bay Area, talking about Brock Purdy.
I think it's going to be a great game. You're talking two great teams. There's been a lot of Brock Purdy slander over the last couple years, and the way he showed up in that second half of that conference championship game. I saw something that Stephen A. said where he said if Brock Purdy shows up in the Super Bowl, that's it. No more question of Brock Purdy. And I know better than that because he can show up in the Super Bowl, and if he start off the season bad, 4 bad games, they're going to be like he's a game manager. So those guys, though, they've been putting it together each and every year. Last year thought they was going to make the run at it, and obviously Brock got hurt in that game. I think it was against the Eagles, if I'm not mistaken. And so to see them back healthy and with their team headed back to the Super Bowl is great. I'm looking forward to it. That's the biggest event of the year, so I'm ready to check it out.
All right, there it is. Draymond Green on the court after the game. He's totally right, by the way, and he knows it better than anybody, which is like, you can be great, and then everyone's like, all right, we're never going to say anything bad about you again. Yeah, until you have like one bad day. And then we're going to be there to rip you again. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch and YouTube, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. It's time for Steve Kerr. Let's go out to the Boxer and Gerson guest line. The coach is sponsored by Xfinity. Xfinity 10G network is made for streaming live sports, which means it's the network you can rely on in the biggest moments. The Xfinity 10G network, the best way to stream live sports, and presented by Great Clips. In sports, success is about team effort, and the same is true for your hair. Great Clips, it's going to be great. Let's talk to Steve Kerr. Coach, nice win last night. How are you?
I'm doing well, thanks. Good to be on with you guys.
Yeah, great to have you as always. Tell us about the experience of having those humongous other human beings watching you play basketball last night.
Yeah, those are big fellas. I've seen them all on TV, but when you see a guy like Brandon Ayuk live, and you think that's the wide receiver, like that's the skinny one, and he's just a rock. I mean, that guy is just so powerful and strong, and just gives you an idea of just the strength and physicality of every single guy on the roster. I mean, it's pretty impressive.
Were you imagining in your mind what a screen roll would be like with Trent Williams? It would be all screen and no roll, but he could screen the entire team at the top of the circle.
You know, you can tell that guy's an athlete. I don't know. I think there's something about the way a guy moves. And when there's a guy who's that big and strong who moves that smoothly, I always picture him playing another sport. I'll bet he was a good athlete, in other sports in high school.
No doubt about it. Steve Kerr with us. Speaking of the skinny one, if someone said that about your team, they'd probably be talking about Jonathan Kuminga, but he's not playing like a slender presence anymore. Coach, what has changed for Jonathan over the last 2 months?
I think the biggest thing is that he's attacking the rim and finishing his cuts to the rim rather than trying to kind of stay on the perimeter, and that's where he's going to do the most damage. He's so powerful, so athletic. Anytime he gets the ball in the paint, he should be attacking the rim, and I think it's definitely coincided with the extra minutes he's getting, the extra opportunity, and kind of all starting to come together for him, which is really exciting because he's worked hard, and this is year 3. I think things are really starting to make sense for him, and that's how you want it to be. It's a lot to learn in this league, and he's picking things up, and he's getting better every day.
39 minutes last night playing alongside Andrew Wiggins, who got 38-plus minutes, and you yourself had said in the past it didn't seem to be working with Wiggins and Kuminga together. Is it too simplistic to say that Draymond Green has been the guy to unlock that combo?
No, I think that's the main reason that things are clicking with those two guys on the floor. Draymond ties the game together at both ends. Offensively, he gets us organized. He makes sense of possessions that, kind of lose shape. He immediately takes control of things on the floor. And then defensively, his communication is so important. He gets those guys organized, and he really motivates those guys, too. He gives them a lot of confidence, and I think they feel his presence when he's out there. So I think Draymond has a lot to do with this.
Coach, for Jonathan, it feels to me at least, and I'm just watching, but it feels bigger than basketball. In other words, this was maybe 4 or 5 weeks ago. You came on, and it was right after the well-publicized talk that the two of you had, after the report that he was kind of losing faith. And since then, it hasn't just been better basketball. He looks different. He looks like he's talking more, smiling more. Like, how has he evolved as a person through this?
Well, I think, first of all, that whole exchange, or whatever you want to call it, in some ways has been good, just because, I think it really put Jonathan on the spot, and, he sort of, he, some ways, called me out, and I think, because we were able to, have some more in-depth conversations after that, and we were able to get some things communicated. That coincided with a chance for him to play a little bit more with some of the injuries that we had with Moses and with CP and Gary. And he's really followed through. I challenged him on some things, and he's followed through, and we've rewarded him with more playing time, and he's really making the most of it.
You mentioned the two guys who are still out due to injury, CP and GP. Are you viewing them coming back as maybe the biggest acquisitions you can get at and around the deadline?
Yeah, I mean, we're not going to find better players than those guys, in a trade. I mean, it's exceedingly rare to make a deal where you can upgrade your talent to that level. So I'm excited about getting those guys back. Moses, too. We've been shorthanded these last couple of weeks, but all three of those guys can really help us for sure.
Coach, I don't want to put words in your mouth, but it sounds like you're saying that with the deadline approaching, that a deal is somewhat unlikely. Is that how you feel?
I think a deal is almost always unlikely, but that doesn't mean a deal won't happen. And that's Mike's job anyway. It's really not anything that I concern myself with. Mike will obviously call me and keep me in the loop if something's going on. But the fact is, most trade deadlines, not much happens. So you just try to do the best you can with what's happening at that particular time with the team, and that's what we're doing right now. I think we're getting better. I know we've had 2 really tough losses this week, but I like the direction our team is trending, and I like the guys who are coming back off of injury.
Do you feel like that you reacquired Andrew Wiggins in recent days? And if that's the case, because that's how Warrior fans feel, how did you go about getting Andrew back?
I feel like Andrew's actually been coming the last few weeks. I think he's looked better physically. I know it hasn't always played out that way offensively, where he's looked like he did last night, but I just felt like his rhythm was coming. He's had a better stretch, and he looks, I think, as comfortable as he has all season now. And I think the extra minutes have helped. I think the shift in our style a little bit, opening up the floor, playing smaller, gives him better driving lanes and allows him to do some of the things that he does well.
Steve Kerr with us on Willard and Dibs, as he is every single week, 95.7 The Game. So Coach, as you sit here now, 44 games in, we're a little bit past the halfway point, and you guys are still clawing to try to get back to 500. When you go back to what the stated goals were that you shared at the beginning of the year, are they the same, or how have they changed?
Well, I think we all expected to have a better record at this point, but the goals haven't changed. We're disappointed with where we are in the standings, but we still like our roster. We still feel like we can turn this into a special season. So, I'm not going to spend much time thinking about how many wins we're going to get, or you might as well not bother asking me, well, how far are we going to go? Anything like that. I'm not making predictions, but I will tell you that we still have high hopes.
Well, that just takes my follow-up away, Steve, because I was going to ask you.
Sorry about that.
I was going to ask you about May plans, but I guess I'll scrap that and instead pivot to Brendan Podziemski saying that he fashions himself as a lightweight Draymond Green. When you hear him say that, what do you think he's referring to in terms of his game and Draymond's game?
I think Brandon loves to make plays, and at both ends, and he fills up the box score. He's a guy who just understands the game, and he's going to take a lot of chances defensively, fly around, play the passing lanes. He's among the league leaders in charges taken in the league. So he's just got a lot to his game. He really understands the game well and impacts it in a lot of different ways.
Coach, Draymond shared on his podcast last night that he felt that Joel Embiid was playing through injury because he's trying to chase postseason awards, maybe because of the new rules of the minimum number of games that you have to play. And so Draymond expressed that he's not really a big fan of that rule. What do you think?
Well, I understand the rule. The last few years, the league has grown increasingly nervous about the number of games that players have missed, and for good reason. Our fans pay really good money to come watch the games, and so the league is trying to address that. And this was their answer. It's not perfect, obviously. If a guy plays 64 games, is that really that big of a difference? But like I said, I understand what they're trying to do. And nothing's perfect, but the goal is to make the game as appealing as possible to the fans.
Speaking of accolades, we'll turn our attention to the All-Star game where Steph Curry not named a starter. What was your reaction and maybe the reaction inside the building about the chef maybe having to wait now to be a reserve in the Western Conference?
Well, he's been a starter, I think, every year, right? For 9 years or something. Is that right?
Yeah.
So first time as a reserve. I mean, it's inevitable that it's going to happen at some point, and you're not talking about chopped liver going before, these guys who are starters are pretty incredible. So I don't think Steph is that offended by it. He's going to make the All-Star game again. He's one of the great players of all time. I don't think he worries too much about that stuff.
Well, Coach, speaking of his greatness, it might be fun to rewind for a second to last weekend and revisit that game against the Lakers, because I don't know how many more of these Steph versus LeBron performances we're going to get. What was that experience like for you, and what stood out?
Well, I didn't spend a whole lot of time, getting nostalgic or anything, but you have to at least appreciate the moment when those two guys are going against each other, and it was a classic game, classic performance by both of them, and we are obviously trying desperately to win every game and wrapped up in our own season, but there is a lot of history that's being made with those two, and great respect between them as well. So as fans, we should savor those games, because they are, two of the all-time greatest, and they happen to have come around at the exact same time, and there's amazing history between the two of them.
Yeah, plenty to savor, especially during the time spent at the foul line with the Lakers taking 43 free throws, Steven. You mentioned records. Is that close to a record with a team shooting 43 free throws versus an opponent only getting 16? The disparity, Steve, seemed appalling to me.
Man, you're really trying to stir me up today, aren't you?
Steve, I love you. Yeah, I'm giving you a forum here where you can express yourself. It's just Mark and I. We're old friends here.
Nobody's listening, right?
No, well,
it's just us.
Tens of thousands. Yeah, just three pals kicking it around.
Yeah, I'm not going there. I started to broach the subject in my post-game media, and I stopped short, which was a wise thing on my behalf.
Yeah, you have too much poise, too much maturity for me, Steve.
Well, I love the way you did it, Coach. You're like, I'll tell you what we're not going to talk about. We're not going to talk about that free throw disparity. I'm telling you that right now. That's pretty next level, Coach.
Thank you.
Yeah,
Appreciate it.
that's good. Coach, I wonder if you'd talk about this, because what I remember is we're a year and a half removed from what was such an epic playoff performance by Kevon Looney that he became such a fan favorite. He always was. George Kittle walking into the place with his jersey on last night. And I wonder what you see with his year. Like, why has his role ended up so diminished?
Well, yeah, I mean, Loon, as you guys know, I don't think Loon has a bigger fan than me. I mean, what this guy's done for us over the years, both on the court and in our locker room, just the leadership, who he is as a human being, the example he is for our young guys. He's amazing. He's an amazing guy, and he's meant so much to us. So this has been a hard thing for me to go away from him. I think what's happened is just the evolution of our team. How things have transpired, the way we started the year with a lot of guys struggling. It really impacted Loon, and it impacted his ability to stay on the floor. We've just had to open up the floor and get more spacing, more speed in order to survive. And that's the bottom line. I mean, the league has changed, over the years, but it feels faster than ever right now and more wide open than ever. You see some of these scores, 148 to 140. I mean, it's just it's just a sign of where the game is and where things are going, and the way our team has kind of transpired. It's just been harder to find combinations to really put Loon in the best position for him to succeed. So it's rough because, like I said, he's my guy, and it doesn't mean he's not going to make an impact. I still think he will, but things have turned away from him for the time being.
And it's well said. And you ended up playing Draymond a bunch at the 5 last night, and Dario Saric, of course, getting his minutes. But the emergence of Trayce Jackson-Davis, how much is he going to now play a greater role in terms of what you're talking about, Steve, in a faster, more mobile NBA?
Yeah, Trace is he's got a bright future. We're excited about his skill set and what he can do for us. Dario is a guy who creates a lot of offense. He's a post-up mismatch out there all the time. He generates tons of shots for us. So, those guys are both going to play a role, and Loon will too. There's going to be matchups. There's going to be circumstances that dictate his presence out there. But it's just not as simple as it was, a couple of years ago when we played him next to Draymond, and they gave us the best possible two-way combination. The way they freed up Steph and Clay and Wiggs, and combined to shut down the paint. It's just not working that way anymore. Just given the state of the league and the state of our team, so it's just kind of part of it.
Coach, how's Clay doing?
I haven't talked to him today. Hopefully, he's feeling better tomorrow. We practice tomorrow morning and then head out on the road. So we're hopeful that Clay's going to be fine for the road trip.
By the way, and speaking of that road trip, and I know part of this has to do with the makeup game in Utah that looms in a couple of weeks. I was counting this up. It looks to me like 9 games in 14 nights. So what are you all doing to physically be ready for that?
Well, we're hoping to get Moses back on this trip, and that'll help quite a bit. I mean, even just having one more player available who can give you big minutes and quality minutes is huge when you're facing a long stretch like this. Gary and Chris are a ways off, so we're going to have to survive these next couple of weeks with everybody contributing, and a bunch of back-to-backs in there too, so it's not going to be an easy stretch.
Do you feel like, Steve, this is kind of a turning point? We asked you this around Christmas time again when you had the 8-game homestand. Like, it was not quite make or break, but a key stretch. And you look where you are now, 4 games below with these next 5 games coming up in rapid succession on the road. Do you feel like that this is a huge, pivotal 5-game road trip for you?
I think they're all pivotal now. Every game's pivotal. Where we are, we really can't afford any more bad stretches. We've got to hang in there and find momentum and get on a little run so we can make some hay in the standings and be where we want to be. Come playoff time.
Saturday, February 10th, home to Phoenix. Monday, February 12th, in Utah. In between that, the Super Bowl. What are your team's plans?
Good question. We usually have a Super Bowl party, wherever we are on the road. If we're home, we just leave everybody to do whatever they want to do on their own. But if we're on the road, if we go to Utah, we'll definitely have a Super Bowl party gathering at the hotel.
Are the guys in any way intense about that, or what? Like take us inside what the vibe will be, because it's the Niners.
Well, that changes everything. I mean, the fact that it's the Niners, the whole team will be pulling for them. But generally, we got a lot of guys who are football fans and who love watching the games every Sunday, and so it's definitely a big deal. But with the Niners on, we all have a rooting interest for sure.
Coach, great to have you as always. Nice win last night. Big trip coming up. Go get them. Thanks for talking.
Thanks, guys. Take care. We'll see you later.
Steve, thank you.
There it is. Head coach Steve Kerr with us right here on Willard and Dibs every single week.
And congratulations to you. You got that's a good question from Steve Kerr, and he doesn't give those out very often.
Yeah.
If ever.
Right. It's huge. It's a hell of a day.
Giant.
It's a hell of a day. Cheryl Bosa thinks you're funny, and Steve Kerr thinks I ask good questions. It's a big day on our show.
Yeah, I tried to get Steve fined, but he wouldn't take the bait. I mean, come on, Steve. That's free throw disparity, and I like that from the press conference.
I love the way he did.
I'm sorry, I'm here.
The way he did it was so brilliant.
We're not going to talk about it.
I tell you what, we're not going to talk about that free throw disparity, because I do not want to talk about the fact that the Lakers shot 3 free throws for every one of ours. I don't know why we would talk about that. I sure know that I don't want to talk about that.
Exactly. I don't know who would even ask me a question about that.
It's like, how can I get this message across to you without getting this message across to you and without the league doing anything about it?
Exactly.
Well, that's one way to do it. it's just like a little nod to like, yeah, I saw. We're not going to talk about it, but yes, I know, and it's crap.
Exactly.
Although it's kind of not. I mean, the Lakers they draw a lot of fouls.
Yes, and the Warriors commit a lot of fouls.
The Warriors commit a lot of fouls.
So there's a certain part of that.
This is not new. They played each other in the playoffs last year. It was the same conversation after every game.
You got a bigger, more athletic team that goes to the hoop a lot, and a smaller, less athletic team is more prone to foul them.
Did you see LeBron tweet out the hourglass? Did you see that?
I didn't see that, no.
Okay, that's all he did.
Today?
Tweets out the hourglass.
Right.
As if
the sand is running out.
We're running out of time. And I was like, man, I get it. I understand it. We talk about it all the time with Steph Curry. Maximize every minute he's got left, right? But you're literally playing for the Lakers, who flipped the whole thing upside down, moved heaven and earth last year to make deadline deals that actually really worked and made the Lakers a contender to the point where they got all the way to the conference finals out of the play-in tournament. And now you want to go do it again? The first-round draft pick that team has to offer is in 2029.
Wow.
Okay? Why do I bring this up? Well, I think it applies here to the Golden State Warriors too. And I think that this is the hardest part about where they sit right now. It's not, is there a deal? It's not, should we do a deal? It leads to the question of why? What's the goal? And that's what the private answer that no one will share that I would love to know is, what effectively are you trying to do, Warriors, at the deadline? I don't think they sit here at 20 and 24 and go, we need to make an acquisition for Steph so that we can win the NBA title this year. I know what Steve said. He said that they still think that they can have a winning season and get into the playoffs, and you'll take what comes after that. But that's kind of the question when you start thinking about names like Kuminga and Moody and Brandon Pajemski, which is if you think that those are even pieces of your future puzzle and they aren't making a whole lot of money, well, then you take them off the board. And if you take them off the board, what else is it that you can do combined with what are you trying to do? Like, that's what I want to know. If you're making a phone call right now and you're Mike Dunleavy, what calendar year are you calling about?
2024.
Okay.
No doubt.
Well,
that's the only calendar year that you're worried about.
Really?
Yes.
See, I don't think you can look at it that way.
I don't think you're going to do that in exchange for your future, which is Kuminga, because Kuminga's a part of 2024.
Yeah.
So he's not, I don't think you're looking at Kuminga like he'll be good in 2 to 4 years. I think if you're looking to do something at the trade deadline, you're trying to make your team better now for this year with an eye toward the future. But your priority one would be get your team better right now. And my question is, can you get better enough right now to become a championship caliber team? Yeah. And I don't think that you can. I think you're better off having the pieces that you have play better. And that's why I was asking Steve about, reacquiring Andrew Wiggins. And does it feel like you reacquired Andrew Wiggins? And he said, well, Wiggins has been playing better for weeks now.
And he has.
He has. But if he continues to play like he did last night, well, now you got a real acquisition at the deadline.
Well, and Steve referred to Chris Paul and GP2 and Moses Moody and said there's no way we're going to acquire anything better than that.
Right. And you followed up very well with that.
Well, he kind of has a point. He has a point. However, I think that the Warrior naysayers have a point too, which is, okay, we'll buy it. Those are the best acquisitions you can get. But they'll also say, but that's not enough. Those are the best acquisitions in order to do what? What are you trying to do?
Well, and the Warriors would say, we're trying to do what we did 2 years ago when we had the exact same team other than Jordan Poole.
Right.
And we're trying to do what we did 2 years ago, which is catch lightning in a bottle with Andrew Wiggins playing like he did 2 years ago and GP2 playing like he did, and a little bit of Chris Paul off the bench. You've got Kuminga now in the third year, explosive and, virtually unguardable. And Draymond said that last night, and he's not wrong in many ways. When Kuminga gets the ball and he's able to dribble and attack, you can't stop that guy. He's jumping up to about 12 feet 6. He will dunk on you. He can finish now. He's got a pretty good mid-range game inside the key. Jonathan Kuminga is quickly turning into a force to be reckoned with.
Looking at defensive rating right now, because I know you and I, we love this number.
Yep.
This number, while simplistic, is an indicator in the NBA.
You know what it is, Mark.
It's an indication sensation.
That's a buck.
And you
I'll split
cannot.
that with you.
No, you can leave me the water. I'll drink. You cannot win anything special in the NBA without this number being effectively where you want it to be. You don't have to be number one. You don't even have to be top 3. You have to be top 10 or 12 to be taken seriously. One of the reasons if you asked me right now to predict a Western Conference Finals entrant, I don't think it is the Denver Nuggets. The Minnesota Timberwolves are number 1 in the NBA in defensive rating.
Number 1.
And the Oklahoma City Thunder are number 4.
Number 4.
Thank you. So, yes, they're young, but they're real, and they can win in the playoffs, even though they've never done it before, because of that. The Golden State Warriors, you know where they sit? Defensive rating right now?
I would guess 22nd.
Very good guess. They are 23rd.
I just looked, yeah.
They are 23rd in defensive rating. If you have designs on this year, whatever they may be, forget championship, but you want to make the playoffs and make noise, and you think you can do that because Draymond unlocked the Kuminga-Wiggins combo, and Wiggins is playing well. And
Wiggins.
That's right. And Jonathan's got confidence now, and all of those things. GP2 will come back, and Chris Paul will make us mature in the second. Oh, okay, great. You can say all of it, and I'll buy it. The only deal you can make that actually makes you relevant this year is something that changes that number. Does GP2 do that on his own? Maybe a tiny bit.
Yep.
Doesn't probably play enough minutes for it to really, really matter. The question is, over the long haul, with Draymond back, and if you get GP2 back as well, can those two guys change that number? You change that 23rd rating into top 15, you can get interesting. Until then, I don't think anyone can take you seriously.
Yeah, I'll buy that to an extent. Last year, Denver was 16th in defensive rating, and they won the title. And the year before that, the Warriors, when they won the title, they were number 1. So it just depends on how you go about it. I do think that when you look at defenses, traditionally, if you're a top 5 defense, you have a much better chance to be a playoff contender or a champion level contender than if you are in the middle of the pack. And I'm looking at the Bucks when they won the title in 2001, they were 10th in defensive rating.
Mm-hmm.
Their offense was so good that they were a plus 5.8 in net rating, which was good for 4th in the league. So it doesn't mean you have to have a good defense to win it all, but it certainly helps your case, no doubt. And I think it helps more in the playoffs. Defense has largely become an inconvenience in the regular season. It's not as necessary as it used to be.
Well, I agree with you, but I still think it is a really good indicator. Like the Milwaukee Bucks are still the 2 seed in the Eastern Conference, but they're 19th in the defensive rating, and I would argue people look at them and sometimes go, you kind of should be better. And I get you the 2 seed. You kind of should be better than you are. You probably should be. They go through lengthy periods of not playing very good basketball. But who's upstart? Who are the surprises? Here are the New York Knicks. They're 31-17. Well, where'd they come from? Well, the Knicks are 5th. They're 5th in defensive rating. Well, the Cavaliers are plucky again. They're sitting there in that 4 seed. Well, Cleveland Cavaliers are number 2 in defensive rating. So it's not A to B, but it's like A to C. Like you can see the standings and then grab that defensive rating, and I believe you can get a list of teams that are serious contenders. If you're in the 20s, you're not serious. You're not serious. And the Warriors are 23rd.
Yeah, it's going to be very difficult to win the title from that spot. And I'm looking even deeper into the past, and the Lakers, when they won their bubble chip, were top 5 in defensive rating. When the Raptors beat the Warriors due to the injuries, they were top 5 in defensive rating. When the Warriors won their chip with KD, they were top 10 in defensive rating, but it didn't really matter because their offense was so far and away better than everyone. So to your point, that is a good indicator of teams that are, quote, serious. Now, I do think that GP2, just in and of himself coming back, helps the rating.
Sure.
And the fact that Draymond Green is now playing basketball.
No doubt.
As I borrow from Dr. Nirav Pandya.
No, you're right.
Draymond Green plays basketball tonight.
Not tonight,
but tomorrow, but in general. And he's only played, is it half the games? If that?
It's probably not even
a
that.
shade below half.
Yeah.
And so I think Draymond actually playing helps their defense. And
No doubt.
Kuminga improving and GP2 coming back whenever he comes back.
The 23rd rating is obviously, it's based on who they've been to this point, and
Right.
they are now not that. They are a different team, and Draymond will be out there, and when you get GP2 back. But to me, that's the thing you're sitting down to look at if you actually wanted to make a deal and you wanted it in any way, shape, or form to be about this year. I'm looking for somebody who would come in and change the defensive outlook of this team. I know we talk a lot about people who are declining and they're getting old and they turn the ball over too much and foul because they don't move their legs. But the truth of the matter is, especially with Draymond on the floor and what Wiggins and Kuminga now look like in this group, the Warriors have plenty of scoring. They've got plenty of scoring. Their losses are all in the end, and they're all close, and that's because they don't stop anyone. I honestly look at the Warriors right now, and I go, they're not that far off. If you fixed one thing, think of what their record could be if this was a team that could seriously think about getting a defensive stop in a big moment. Like, for real. Okay? Steph hits a 3, and the Lakers have 4 seconds, and you're like, nope, I like our chances. We actually have someone who can physically stand up to what the Lakers are going to try to do, as opposed to, here, LeBron, bulldoze to the hoop, and you're either going to lay it in or go to the free throw line. We know this. There was not a damn thing the Warriors could have done. And I get it, it's LeBron, that's hard to defend. But if the Warriors could find themselves in a spot where they could seriously get defensive stops in key moments in the fourth quarter, they would win so many of these basketball games.
Right.
And 20 and 24 could so quickly turn into, what have you?
Call it 24 and 20.
27 and 17.
Even 24 and 20.
Sure.
If you want to play that game.
And you and that my gosh, then you're flirting with a top 6 seed already.
Yeah, 24 and 20 would put you probably like right behind New Orleans and Dallas at 26 and 21. You'd actually probably be ahead of those teams. Phoenix is 27 and 20, and they're the 6th seed. And that's why I do think this upcoming stretch is so important. And you mentioned the absolute flurry of games based on the reschedules and the All-Star break. I think it's 9 games in the next 2 weeks.
It's 9 and 14 days.
Right.
From
and that's
February 2nd to February 15th, they will play 9 times.
And that leads you to the break. So it's 7 road and 2 home. And if you look at it, I mean, there are winnable games. You've got Memphis and Atlanta back-to-back. Then you go to Brooklyn. Honestly, those 3 games, I know it's 3 games in 4 nights, which makes it more difficult. That's a stretch where you could think about going 3-0.
Well, and Philly comes right after that. And have you gotten an update on Embiid today?
No update.
Is Embiid going to be playing in 7 days?
And then Indiana, second half of a back-to-back.
Yeah,
that feels like a scheduled
tough.
loss. Game 5 of a 5-game road trip.
Yep.
5 games in 7 days in 5 cities on the road.
It's hard. It's hard. And then what they do after that, their 2 home games that you mentioned are against the Suns and Clippers. Those are hard teams.
Yep.
And then the next 2 road games are both at Utah, which is a hard place to play, and a team that's been playing better as of late,
Sure.
even though they don't have a great record. But that's always a hard place to play.
Even if you go,
hard
if you go
stretch.
4, if you go 5 and 4 on that stretch, you're 25 and 28. Not ideal, but you're still hanging around, as Teddy KJB would say. If you can somehow go 6 and 3 in that 9, Now you head to the All-Star break, just a game below. You're getting some healthy players coming back soon. You feel like you're treading water, but you're still staying in it.
God, it's too bad. It really is too bad. Again, could they do it? Yes. Is it too little, too late? That's a possibility. I mean, I would still, at this moment, if you made me predict, I'd probably say they squeeze into the play-in tournament, I think. But by that token, it's far from a sure thing. It's going to be so difficult to do. And I do think we will look back. Whenever this year ends, we'll look back on it. And for the second year in a row, say, what if Draymond Green had not committed the acts that he committed? And would things be different if he hadn't? And there's a hidden compliment in all that.
Right.
Look at them. Look at them when he comes back and plays. They're better on defense. He's unlocked Kuminga and Wiggins, which has been the great mystery of the entire season. And now he's supposedly unlocked it. So for all of the Draymond's not worth it people, he is worth it. He is that important. But that means it's all the more on him to stay available. And he just didn't. And I worry that they're going to get to the end of the year, and if you miss it by a game or two, you're going to be thinking, dude, if you had just done what they tell you to do in elementary school and keep your hands to yourself.
Right.
We might be in the playoffs right now.
He's been back for 5 games. They're 2-3 in those games. He's a plus 83.
Plus 83. And
plus 83,
and
Mark.
2 of their 3 losses are by a point. A point. They look better. They look better.
They do.
They don't look great. They look better.
Right.
They do. They look much more viable. Their good players actually look like good players. Andrew Wiggins is playing. Jonathan Kuminga looks like the light bulb is on and consistent and comfortable. And lo and behold, Steph Curry it starts to shoot the ball better.
Yeah.
I mean, it's not that mysterious. Like, if you're a Warrior fan, you should know this by now. All the Draymond stuff, it doesn't show up in the box score. It just shows up in the box score.
When he's not there.
Do you know what I mean?
Especially.
Yeah.
You got 4 games till the deadline, and then you have a game on the 8th, which will be right after the deadline. So will they learn something between now and then that will move him in either direction, or do they already know how they're going to proceed? But we do know this. The next 9 games between now and the break, by the time we get to the All-Star break, Mark, we will know pretty definitively if it's too little too late or if the Warriors have action.
Speaking of Kuminga, Draymond and Curry both weighing in on him last night with some comments you should probably hear. We'll have that for you coming up. It's Warrior Wednesday, brought to you by Freedman's Appliance, trusted name since 1922. Visit freedmansappliance.com today. Time for your phone calls as well. It's Willard and Dibs.
The Red and Gold hotline is up and running.
Bang, bang, not again. You're going to the Super Bowl.
Not Harbaugh. Anything but Harbaugh.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Lucas runs to Twitter and immediately sends that quote out as well. Cheryl Bosa on the hiring of Jim Harbaugh. Quote, not Harbaugh, anyone but Harbaugh.
Not Harbaugh. Anything but Harbaugh.
There you go.
Yikes. Man.
No, come on.
She's never coming on the show again. We're going to get her in so much trouble.
Thanks, Lucas.
Yeah, thanks a lot. So she hates Harbaugh.
Thanks.
And
Thanks.
I believe she said Nick Bosa thinks the Niners are going to beat the Chiefs by 40.
And they wanted them before the game.
Yeah,
Right.
she wanted the Chiefs because
kick their ass.
I think, as she said, because they're easy as an opponent. Is that basically the tale of the tape on Cheryl Bosa's appearance here on Willard and Dibs?
Yeah. It's her birthday.
Yeah. Happy birthday, Cheryl. You're going to now set out to ruin your life on social media.
Totally.
Thanks a lot, Lucas.
She's going to bed early, watching some shows, and wake up and just have everybody coming after her and her son.
I didn't do it behind her back, though. I tagged her in every single one.
That's not
quality.
It's not what happened. It's not what happened. Context, Cheryl and the entire Bosa family are Buckeyes. So she joked at first, I don't want Jim Harbaugh. Michigan man, get out of here. And as far as prior to the Niners beating Detroit, who would he like to see win the AFC Championship game? Nick said the Chiefs because I want another shot at him. Well, he gonna get it. He's gonna get it. Patrick Mahomes against Brock Purdy. I still can't get over it. You got to be kidding me. Mr. Irrelevant against Mr. Man.
Yeah.
Jeez.
It's
so good.
It's perfect.
It's so good.
The only thing better would be if they actually faced off against one another, but they don't. But, just
skills competition.
Whatever happens in the game, you know that there'll be the post-game handshake, and it'll either be Chiefs win, Mahomes and Purdy come together, and Mahomes brings them in and gives them the whisper like, man, you got a bright future, kid. I know I just got my third, but you stay with it, Brock, and, darn it, things might just go your way. And the other one is Niners win, and they come together, and Mahomes brings them in and goes, man, you are the guy, aren't you? Brock Purdy's like, you got two, I got one. I'm coming for you and stuff.
Yeah, those are two options. I could see it going a little bit differently.
No, but there will be the handshake, the quarterback handshake.
No, they'll be respectful.
And it's been fun watching Brock Purdy in these moments, against Jordan Love and against Jared Goff and all of the steps along the way where, you see the quarterback bring it in with Brock, and it's like, man, that moment of Brock just beat the Packers and Brock beat the Lions, and it's like you're going to give him his respect anyway, but to see Brock in that setting, especially this past Sunday, where they come back from 24-7 down, and after the handshake, you see just a sea of cameras around Brock Purdy. And you have that moment of like, dude, this is Brock Purdy, last pick in the draft.
Yeah.
Mr. Irrelevant, second-year QB, and he's going to the Super Bowl?
It's crazy.
It's awesome.
It is awesome. I do wonder, and I know this is like I said earlier in the week, Brock Purdy has this weird knack for whatever your opinion was before you watch him play, you think he just proved you right. The naysayers do not think they're wrong, by the way, even at this hour. They do not think that his Super Bowl appearance has proven them wrong. They think that lightning got caught in a bottle for one drive against the Packers, and that's great that he can run. Okay. Lightning in a bottle against the Lions, second half. Why did you throw a pick in the first? Why are you down 24-7? There will always be the naysayers. I do wonder this, and this is not to give power to any of the naysayers, but the whole 49er offense, why does it feel right now like everything is harder than it was throughout pretty much most of the regular season? I guess the obvious answer would be it's the playoffs, but it feels deeper than that. You know what I mean? The receivers just looked more open. Things looked more in flow than they have the last couple of weeks. It's worked when it matters the most, and that's all that matters. But I wonder what? I I wonder what's going on.
I do think it's because they've faced great defenses, and you look at the Lions, and they had a great run defense, and they took away McCaffrey for the most part in the first half, and they forced the Niners to be a little bit one-dimensional. And I don't think that Shanahan did a good enough job early in that game of unlocking George Kittle and targeting him until the third quarter. So that was part of why it looked a little bit choppy. And you look at other games where the offense hasn't looked like they're in flow as much. The Packers, bad conditions. Brock's not good with a wet ball. Same thing against Cleveland. And, you know, throughout the course of the year, they've looked good, especially their opening drive. I think they lead football in opening drive points.
I think they did.
Yeah.
I can also tell you this. I think that their 2 victories, correct me if I'm wrong on this. If anyone can think of one, I will stand corrected. I believe that the 49ers' 2 playoff games are the only 2 playoff games in the whole NFL this year where the team that scored first didn't win. The other team scored first in both of their games.
Yeah.
It's like categorically against what the 49ers are all about.
Exactly.
And it has not worked for any other team. You score first, you win. It's been a rule in every playoff game so far, except for the 2 Niner games.
Yeah. I know that was the case going into last weekend, and I believe the Chiefs scored first against the Ravens. They went right down the field on Baltimore.
Travis Kelce.
There you go. And that runs anathema or counter to what we all believe about Kyle Shanahan and his teams. One quick note before we go to the phones, and this speaks to your Brock Purdy thought about still no respect. So the Niners are favorites going into the game, so it would stand to reason that he would be the favorite then to be Super Bowl MVP, but he's not. It's Mahomes plus 140, according to FanDuel. Purdy's plus 200.
Yeah.
So even though the Niners are expected by 2 points to win the Super Bowl, and if the Niners win the Super Bowl, Brock Purdy or Christian McCaffrey most likely would be MVP, yet Mahomes is the favorite.
I think that's why, though. There's more of a chance of the Niners winning and the MVP being someone other than Purdy than there is of the Chiefs winning and it being someone other than Mahomes.
That's fair.
You know what I mean?
McCaffrey's plus 450.
Right.
Kelsey is the next closest Chief at plus 1,700.
Yeah, it feels like if the Niners are going to win, the likelihood of CMC having 2 touchdowns or more is high.
Yeah.
Because he just usually does. He usually does.
And interesting, too, because humans vote on the MVP. So let's say the Niners win and Purdy throws 2 touchdowns and McCaffrey scores 2 touchdowns. Purdy throws for 225 and McCaffrey gets 125 combined. Or even 150 combined, yeah. McCaffrey probably will win the award.
Maybe.
Because human beings, I think the human element of, system quarterback.
Maybe, but I also think ties go to the quarterback in the Super Bowl.
Right.
It's just like if we don't know what to do, just...
So we can ask Peter King tomorrow.
Yeah,
when
that's
he
a good
joins
question.
at 3:15.
Let's go
Does that count?
Let's no, it doesn't. Okay. I work here. Let's go to Paul in Detroit. Hey, Paul, what are you doing?
Hey guys, how are you?
We're great.
Thanks for taking the call.
Yeah.
Hey, I just want to congratulate you guys on a heck of a win. He's one of my favorite coaches, him, LaFleur, and I'm a Steelers fan. When I called last week, you guys were kind of mystified as why I'm not a Lions fan. Well, I think you guys know the answer, you know. And you know, in your reference about the conversation between Mahomes and Purdy after the game, maybe Purdy's going to say, "Hey, Peck, if you want to go to Subway," kind of thing, you know. And,
no, he's going to Disneyland. Isn't that what you're supposed to say after the Super Bowl?
Yeah. And in regards to Purdy, man, I'll tell you, I'm in school and I'm getting my degree in theology, and I am referencing Purdy's post game because I have to do a presentation in his reference about his speaking of how he got in his belief in a higher deity in my presentation. And I just left a Bible study group tonight, and I shared Purdy's post-game interview with my Bible study group who had not seen it yet, with all Lions fans.
Paul, I wonder if they're ready for that. Thank you very much.
Yes, Paul.
I didn't know. I forgot that Paul, who had called last week, I think, is not a Lions fan.
Sure.
It's funny, talking to a Lions fan, if they were any other fan base, I would have done the nah.
Right.
But I do. I feel bad for Lions fans. I feel bad for this experience. I'm not giving it back, but
of course.
Yeah.
And I feel worse because they were up 24-7, and you could start to, much like when you come home and it's like, it smells like chocolate chip cookies in here, and then you open up the oven, it's like, oh yeah, we got cookies. Lions had no cookies.
Want to know what's coming up?
I would die to know.
It's the last honest talk show. It's the Warriors Roundtable. So Warriors Roundtable, Kevin Dana and Gary St. Jean.
Hello, fellas.
Coming up in the game, brought to you by Fremont Bank, full service banking, no compromises, full hour of everything going on with the Dubs. You want to do it again tomorrow?
Big time.
Okay, let's do it again tomorrow. For Dibs, for Grandy, for Lucas, I'm Mark. Shoot your shot. That's all you got. The Road to Vegas is brought to you by Marinwest Credit Union. Working for you today, tomorrow, together.
I'm what you might call very good at hide and seek. This one time, my parents had to round up the whole neighborhood to track me down. It was a mess. A lot of tears. Well, now that we got Xfinity, we have Wi-Fi all over the house, including all my favorite super secret hiding spots. So I can kill time in here by streaming my shows and...
Ha! Found ya.
The heck? How?
You left Find My tablet on.
This generation, ruining the game with their performance enhancers.
Get wall-to-wall Wi-Fi on the Xfinity 10G network for a reliable connection throughout your home. Now through March 21st, new customers can get started with 1.2 gigabit internet for $25 a month for 2 years with no annual contract. And Wi-Fi equipment included when you add unlimited mobile. Go to Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Requires paperless plan and auto-pay stored bank account. Restrictions apply. Taxes and fees extra. Xfinity Mobile requires Xfinity Internet. After promo, regular rates apply to internet service and Wi-Fi equipment. Actual speeds vary.
Hi, I'm Brian Bakhtiari, Executive Manager of Stevens Creek Subaru. With all of our recent storms, it's a reminder of the power and unpredictability of Mother Nature. At Stevens Creek Subaru, we understand the importance of all-wheel drive. Whether it's getting you to the slopes, the surf, or your daily commute, the most important thing is getting you home safely. And there's no better place to buy than Stevens Creek Subaru. With good prices, great selection, and truly exceptional service, and the Wilderness Cafe with our Subaristas, it's just another reason why Stevens Creek Subaru is the Bay Area's preferred destination for all things Subaru.
This month, lease a new 24 Outback Touring for just $388 per month on approved credit from Stevens Creek Subaru in San Jose. 36-month lease, no security deposit needed, $27.95 drive-off plus tax and license fees, 15 cents per mile in excess of 10,000 miles per year. MSRP $42,783. VIN number R3142842. Expires end of this month.
We're located on Stevens Creek Boulevard, just off of Winchester, or online at StevensCreekSubaru.com. And remember to buckle up and drive safely.
For too long, I've waited around on medical appointments for me and my family. But now that Prime offers 24/7 virtual care through One Medical, I decide when our visit starts. It seems we're not so different, them and I.
Mom, I think it's supposed to be they and I.
I think you're supposed to be resting while I text with the doctor right now. Smart little minion.
Your care team on call. A new add-on from Prime.
When you wake up well-rested on a great mattress, everything becomes clear.
I do overthink everything.
Things you missed when you were tired finally reveal themselves.
I should just get fake plants.
It's the President's Day sale at Mattress Firm. Get a king bed for a queen price. Save up to $700 plus a free adjustable base with select Sealy mattresses. See a lower price? We'll match it. The right mattress matters. We'll find yours. Restrictions apply. See store or website for details.
Some days I cover up because of my moderate to severe plaque psoriasis. Now I'm hitting the road with clearer skin thanks to Skyrizi, Risankizumab Riza, a prescription-only 150 milligram injection for adults who are candidates for systemic or phototherapy. With Skyrizi, 3 out of 4 people achieved 90% clearer skin at 4 months. And Skyrizi is just 4 doses a year after 2 starter doses. Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions and an increased risk of infections or a lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check for infection and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection or symptoms such as fever, sweats, chills, muscle aches, or cough, or if you plan to or recently received a vaccine. Thanks to Skyrizi, there's nothing on my skin, and that means everything. doctor today about Skyrizi, the #1 dermatologist prescribed biologic in psoriasis, and visit skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKY-RIZZI to learn more.
My 13-year-old acts like a puppy again. Almost overnight, she's a different dog.
Perfect poops.
When people switch their dog's food to the farmer's dog, the effects can seem like magic. But there's no magic involved. It's simply real meat and vegetables with all the nutrients dogs need, instead of highly processed pellets. No tricks, just smarter, healthier pet food delivered in packs portioned for your dog. It's amazing what real food can do. Get 50% off your first order at thefarmersdog.com/no-magic.
So in a situation like this, we can expect them to show blitz. But the million-dollar question is whether they'll actually blitz or if it's really a fake blitz and the linebacker drops back into coverage on the snap. We've been studying their game film. We think one of their tells is...
Yes, football can be complicated. Only the intelligent and sophisticated emerge victorious. So it's perfectly fine if your wine is complex. Choose Somsation as your team for independent wines. Expertly curated by world-class sommeliers. Shop Somsation.com.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch, and YouTube. Powered by First NorCal Credit Union. You're invited to take your seat.
Take a seat
at the Warriors Roundtable.
It's a three, in and out, rebound, Payton, out to Curry, lets it fly, 3-ball, left corner pocket.
Welcome to the table on the exclusive home of your Golden State Warriors. 95.7 The Game.
Curry fires away, 3-ball, above the break.
Here's Kevin Dana
right there.
and Gary St. Jean.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome you to Warriors Roundtable on 95.7 The Game. Taking your calls all hour long. 888-957-9570. Come on, hit us up if you want to talk about that win over Philly last night. The instant classic game with the Lakers over the weekend or anything else. Dub Nation, we invite you to sit alongside us on the Roundtable. Kevin Dana, Gary St. Jean with you, reminding you that the Warriors 2023-24 season is presented by Kaiser Permanente. And St., let's start with that win over Philadelphia. Much-needed win to end the homestand 2-2. And look, yes, there were some big asterisks around this game. We'll get into Embiid not looking all the way right, and hopefully he's okay. They've already ruled him out for the Utah game they have tomorrow. No Tyrese Maxey last night. But a game like last night, the 119-107 win, Gary, is why there's reason for hope that this season can be salvaged.
Well, you're right. We'll talk about Philly, but the Warriors, for me, the bright light was the play of the two guys I've been talking about since October.
Yeah.
And you know who I'm going to, Kuminga and Wiggins. And I loved the lineup last night with Steph and Podzinski in the backcourt, and I can vision Clay starting there, and I like Draymond at the 5. He did a terrific job against a hobbled Embiid. And, then the bench will get healthy and fall into place. We can talk about that later, but the big keys to me were, Steph is just playing fantastic basketball.
Yeah.
But he's having to exert a phenomenal amount of effort to get this done. It was easier when Clay was rolling, when you had your other scorers on the floor, a Wiggins of 2 years ago, and role players. Teams are double, triple teaming him, yet he continues to play at such an unbelievable level. And if this team can get healthy, I'm with you. I think this is going to be a positive sign. Never mind about the injuries with Philly. I was feeling real good about the way the Warriors played on both ends of the floor.
Yeah, and I was feeling pretty good about how the Warriors played for decent chunks of the Sacramento and LA games as well. Of course, unfortunately for Golden State, those were 2 one-point losses. But let's jump back to Stephen Curry. You mentioned him. 37 points, 8 rebounds, 7 assists, just another Steph masterclass that was on display. He was so efficient as well. He was 12 of 17 from the field, 8 of 13 from deep. And my favorite kind of embedded stat line there, I like him being 4 of 4 on twos. And look, he had some really nice finishes inside. One of the top 10 plays from the NBA, I was watching the NBA top 10 they have on League Pass, was his finish around Joel Embiid early on to make it 6-4. But look, he's 62% on shots inside 5 feet. I felt like, over the last couple of weeks, maybe he hasn't hit as high a clip as normal. Then he usually makes those shots, those circus shots around the rim, are almost automatic for him. And he is kind of consistently around 62% for his career. Last year he was up to 70%, but I mean, those shots inside were looking good. And then obviously, 8 for 13, we know that he can do that every time out. And you mentioned he's getting into a groove right now. And we'll talk about the big reason why I think, and I think you think as well, as we've kind of alluded to the play of Draymond Green, but at least 30 points in 3 straight games after a stretch where he was in the low 20s, maybe not as efficient as he was, but recently he's really turned it up.
Well, when you talk about Steph, one of the things that's improved over the years, over the decade, is his strength. And then with that, his ability to finish in the paint. I think that's a very, very underrated skill that he has. I think he's got touch. Let's put a triple exclamation point on that reverse flip on the left side, as you noted. You and I would take 100 tries in a game of horse, and we wouldn't get that to go in, and we wouldn't have Embiid next to us. And then I look at his 3-ball, and the one that was amazing to me, Kev, I don't even know what I'm going to say, a millisecond. The one where Podzinski had the dribble penetration, and Steph drifted to the right corner, and he caught that thing and let it go like in one motion. I looked at that thing, and I said, there's not another guy in the NBA, maybe in the whole basketball world, that could have made that shot. It's just amazing. And then we saw the step back on the 1-on-3. You're saying, no, great shot, that kind of thing. And those guys were befuddled. They couldn't believe it. And that just goes to show you got to pick him up at midcourt. Otherwise, you're going to get posterized.
Look, All-Star Reserve is going to get announced tomorrow. He better be one of the All-Star Reserves that gets announced because, he's had a terrific
He's got to
season.
be there to shoot the three-point thing, too.
Yeah, with Sabrina Ionescu, he's already going to be there. Yeah, that is awesome. Sabrina Ionescu, so just a quick aside there.
Cool.
So I had to I was doing a junior NBA showcase game during Summer League, and they practiced right after the WNBA All-Star three-point competition in Las Vegas last year. And so I came in at the very end of that three-point shootout to get ready to watch the youngsters practice, and I got there just in time to see the end of Sabrina get 37 out of a possible 40. She had that arena just on fire. So that's going to be a lot of fun, that All-Star weekend. Steph versus Sabrina. Steve Kerr said in his pregame chat with the media last night that he kind of likens it to a modern-day Billie Jean King versus yeah.
That is great.
Yeah, I believe that 1973, early 70s. That
You're too young. I remember that.
Yeah. So I obviously didn't watch that one live. But moving on from Stephen Curry, another solid game, another very good game for Andrew Wiggins. 8 of 10 from the field. The efficiency has really picked up, especially the last 3 games, shooting-wise for Andrew. 23, 5, 4, and 3 steals. In his last 5 games, I saw Dalton Johnson tweet this out. Last 5 games, 18 points, 4.8 rebounds, shooting 61 from the field, 44 from 3, and 81% from the foul line. That's always kind of been, in his entire Warriors career, that's always kind of been a big bugaboo for Andrew, the free throw line. But last night, he was 6 of 6 from the line, and it's now the first time all season that he scored at least 12 points in 5 straight games.
Yeah, I can say to you that looks like Wiggins from 2 years ago. He made great basketball decisions, Kev. He drove it to the paint. You gotta, when you look at this team, the Kuminga and Wiggins are the two that are going to attack the rim. And they both did it beautiful in the sense that when they had an open 3, they took it. When they got crowded, they broke it down and got in the paint. Some great finishes, maybe a little draw and kick. And you touched on the free throws, and we know about this just happens, whether it's right, wrong, or indifferent. When players are scoring a lot, they get juiced a little bit. And invariably, I see him play better defense. And I can see him picking it up now. His pressure on the ball is superb. And when he's locked in like that, that gives you a big, big piece on the defensive end because you can put him on any one of the 3 perimeter guys and feel really good about it.
So I got to ask you, Saint, this last 5 games, is this a launching point for a better second half of the season for Wiggs, or do you think this is a flash in the pan?
Yeah, no. You know what? I think the key is the players on the floor feel comfortable. And I think both he and Kuminga are comfortable. Now, there's been plenty written and said about, oh, gosh, I don't know if they fit, and I don't know, we go to this plus-minus stuff. You can, come on, you can watch, you can feel whether guys can play together. And we're going to talk about Kuminga, but 7 in a row, 20-plus, and hey, I'll tell you one thing. If I'm in the other locker room and I got to deal with Steph Curry on the top of the whiteboard, and then these 2 athletes in the next 2 spots, that's got me sweating a little bit. That to me is really positive for the Warriors.
No, it really is. And let's touch on Jonathan Kuminga a little bit. We're coming up on a break in a minute or so, but I mean, just the 7th straight game with 20-plus points. He goes for 26, 7, and 3 steals. In the month of January, 20.6 points per game, shooting 59% from the field. And then Anthony Slater, in his article post-game after the win over Philadelphia, pointing this out. Over those last 7 games, he's tied for 6th in the NBA in paint points with 108 paint points over the last 7 games. So doing quick math in my head, I mean, that is more than 15 paint points per game that Jonathan Kuminga is delivering, and that's tied with Zion Williamson over that stretch.
Yeah, and Zion's liable to sit out the next 10 games. I just like Kuminga's tenacity. He looks confident. His teammates look really comfortable playing with him. He gets in there, and he's a great finisher with his leaping ability. I like when he posts up. I think he takes his time down there and really does a nice job with it. And I'm happy for this guy. I'm going to admit it. I was critical. I wanted more earlier. And I'm seeing now what I envisioned with this guy. And he's got a really, really bright future. He's a special athlete in the NBA. And he also can be a heck of a defender with the tutelage of Draymond. Yep. Putting in good words to Kuminga, talking about his game on both ends of the floor. And Draymond and Wiggins have a very positive history. So that front line, it may be a little undersized, but I'm confident that they can do a heck of a job on both ends of the floor.
Let's celebrate Black History Month on Warriors ground. Join us live at Chase Center on Saturday, February 10th as the Warriors face the Phoenix Suns. KD making his return to Brooklyn right now, presented by State Farm. All fans get a Black History Month shirt. Get your tickets now at Warriors.com or call 888-GSW. Hoop representatives standing by. We'll take a break. Break down more the win over Philadelphia. We also do want to remember Dejan Milojević a little bit, the Golden State Warriors assistant coach who passed away a couple of weeks back. So all that to look forward to on the other side of this break right here on 95.7 The Game.
Warriors basketball is back, and we've got you covered. Bob Fitzgerald and Kalina Azubuike are on the call for another exciting season. And tune in to Warriors pre- and post-game live, hosted by Bonte Hill and former Warriors Chris Mullin and Festus Ezeli for complete game day coverage 1 hour before and following every game. Plus, get your Warriors news all week long on the Dubs Talk podcast with Monty Poole and Dalton Johnson, featuring special guests and in-depth analysis. Authentic moments live here, only on NBC Sports Bay Area.
It's the 6 o'clock shop. This week at Safeway, Honeycrisp apples and navel oranges, just 97 cents per pound. Signature Farms picnic pack chicken, buy one, get one. And Chunky or Well Yes Campbell soup, $1.99 each. Restrictions apply. Sincerely, Safeway.
It's the new year and we all want to make better choices. So why not start with lunch? The new 5 for $15 menu at Pacific Catch features 5 delicious new dishes for just $15. Available weekdays in store and online. It's how to do lunch for less this winter. Only at Pacific Catch.
From the team that brought you Amy Poehler's Say More with Dr. Sheila comes the comedy podcast, The Chris Chapman Do-Over, starring Ike Barinholtz as controversial shock jock Chris Chapman, who returns to the airwaves after being canceled.
This is your boy, Chris Chapman. My old show was a victim of a little thing called cancel culture, and I vowed to take a long break and really reflect. But I'm here to announce I'm back, better than ever.
The improvised Chris Chapman Do-Over is an Odyssey and Paper Kite production, starring Ike Barinholtz as Chris Chapman. Listen on the free Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Getting your biggest tax refund from Jackson Hewitt can lead to some spirited reactions.
Jackson Hewitt!
Jackson Hewitt is so sure that you'll get your biggest refund that if they don't, you get your money back plus $100.
Jackson Hewitt!
And Jackson Hewitt also guarantees the accuracy of your return for life. So don't just sit there. For your biggest refund guaranteed, walk into a Jackson Hewitt today and dance out Jackson Hewitt! Yeah!
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Subscription required. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, did you know there's a generic form of Viagra that works just the same, but is 95% cheaper? And you can get it online? Go to hims.com/joy. Through HIMS, you'll get a free medical consultation, discreet shipping if prescribed, and the process is 100% online. To start your free online visit, go to hims.com/joy. That's HIMS.com/JOY.
At Lowe's, save big every day when you buy in bulk. Save 10% when you buy 68 or more panels of select OSB sheathing. Plus, save an extra 5% every day on eligible purchases when you use your Lowe's business credit card. Because Lowe's knows savings. Lowe's knows pros. 5% offer subject to credit approval. Exclusions and terms apply. See store at Lowe's.com/credit for details. U.S. only. Selection varies by location. While supplies last. Discount taken at time of purchase. See sales associate for details.
At Grainger, we're for the ones who specialize in saving the day and for the ones who've mastered the art of keeping business moving. We offer industrial-grade supplies for every industry with same-day pickup and next-day delivery on most orders, all backed by real people ready to help. So you can get the right answers and products right when you need them. Call, clickgrainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Every member of Dub Nation has a seat at this table.
If everybody would please take your seats.
The Warriors Roundtable has returned on 95.7 The Game.
Knocked it down straight on for about 28 feet.
Now back to Kevin Dana and Gary St. Jean.
All season, Michelob Ultra is giving one lucky fan 2 Ultra Club tickets to select Warriors games. Enter your chance to win at warriors.com/ultra. Kevin Dana, Gary St. Jean with you, rocking on 95.7 for the next 40 minutes or so as we continue to break down the win over Philadelphia, take a look ahead to the upcoming 5-game road trip, talk about the instant Steph LeBron Classic. But first, Saint, we haven't had a chance to talk about the passing of Dejan Milojević, former Golden State Warriors assistant coach. Since it happened a couple of weeks ago, the heart attack suffered in Salt Lake City right before their game against the Utah Jazz. That one got postponed, as did the Dallas Mavericks one get postponed. Those games have makeup dates. They will be playing the Jazz again on February 15th, and they'll be playing the Mavericks on April 2nd and April 5th. And now, Gary, I never had a chance to have a conversation with Dejan Milojević, but I do broadcast some overseas basketball. He was the coach of Mega, and this is a team. I actually had a chance to do one of their games when USC went overseas for their European tour. We did a game on the NBA app, Isaiah Collier and USC against Mega. And just looking at what he was able to do, I mean, you could talk about the Adriatic League titles, or competing in the Adriatic League, I should say. But what he meant to Serbian basketball and getting guys to the NBA. He had 11 guys drafted over his 8 years as head coach of Mega. That's an incredible, incredible number, considering that that team had produced one NBA draft pick before he got there. Nikola Jokic, Ivica Zubac, Timotei Luwawu-Cabarrot. Those are just some of the guys who played under Coach Milojević and got drafted to the NBA from Mega. And that legacy, is something that I don't think us as Americans can fully appreciate, that what he was able to do over there in Serbia to get that many guys to the NBA.
Well, Kev, isn't it special when someone passes and you read comments about somebody's character, their personality? And, and I one of my favorite things was Podzinski talking about the impact that he had on him in a few short months, about smiling and being happy and feeling the greatness of playing in the NBA. And, you read the comments that he was the European Charles Barkley of the day.
Yeah.
And a heck of a player. And then you look at his coaching resume, and he had to be a fabulous teacher of fundamentals, but also about how to be a pro and work at your craft, because all of these guys have come over and had success. And then, you think about the Warriors and his impact on that locker room, that the guys just thought the world of him. And, that's tragic, for his family and, then the Warrior family to be involved in the whole, the death there and on the road. And I'm happy and proud of the NBA that they allowed him to cancel a couple games to give him some time. And I love the way Steve Kerr spoke, and the team honored him and got his initials there on the court, and the family being there. If it can be done right, it was done right.
Yeah, it was certainly done right. Obviously, it's heartbreaking to see his family there and what they have to go through right now. And I think Steve Kerr struck a great tone. Obviously, he has had to deal with what the Milojević family's dealing with when his father was assassinated. So, look, Steve Kerr is the perfect coach, I think, to lead a team through off-the-court crisis like this.
Yeah. So without a doubt. And that's where you and I know how special he is as a guy.
Yep.
And I wish all the fans could get to know him, because you watch him under the fire of the game, and he's obviously one of the top 3 coaches in the league. And but yet who he is as a person, to me, is even better. And, I just love the way at the end, and instead of having a moment of silence, he asked for, what he would like to give him a great ovation, give him a great cheer. And he asked Ron Adams what he thought that he would want to have done. And he said, hey, get your rear ends out there and play. And play with joy and win. And it was great. What a tribute to him.
Yeah, and it was nice that the Warriors did get a win after that tribute over the Atlanta Hawks. And, of course, our thoughts with the Milojević family as they deal with this tragic passing of Dejan Milojević. So let's get back to the Philadelphia game. And I have one more point that I wanted to make on Jonathan Kuminga. And I got this from Slater's article. He has played 30-plus minutes in 3 straight games. He hadn't played back-to-back games with 30-plus minutes. The line I liked from Anthony Slater in his article, the trust from Coach Steve Kerr has finally arrived.
Well, in the NBA, nobody hands you minutes. You have to earn them, and it's a process. That you're sound on both ends of the floor. You're playing within the team game, and you knew the talent was there. But you can't teach experience in the NBA, and you have to go through it. And he's there. Steve can see it. He can feel it. The rest of the staff does. The teammates do, and that's a great thing. Now you're looking and you're saying, hey, this guy's really got a big upside, and I can't think of one darn reason, Kev, that he can't keep this up. That's how good an athlete he is, and the confidence that he's playing with and the determination he's playing with.
Yeah, I mean, for him to improve his scoring average from before this, at some point in the month of January, he was 12-ish points per game. Yeah. He's up to 14.8 points per game. And to do that this deep into the season where he's played 43 games just shows you just how consistently above that previous average that he has been. And here's the number I know that you're going to like a little more now. He's not rebounding at 3 and change per game. He's up to 4.5 rebounds per game. And so we're seeing that intention to the glass as well.
Well, you know what? When you're that good of an athlete, you can fall into 4 rebounds a game. And I'm going to tell you that I envision that guy, if he's playing 30 minutes, I can envision him getting upwards of a board every 3 minutes. That's how athletic he is. And I'm going to tell you something. You're going to think I'm crazy.
Okay.
I loved he got a technical.
Yeah, you did. I didn't like that technical.
Well, no,
up 8 in the fourth quarter.
I didn't think it was earned. I didn't think it was earned, and I know it was in a pivotal time of the game. But I like seeing some emotion from him.
Okay, yeah,
I liked it. He got a bad call, and he'll learn that wasn't the right time. But you know what? He's playing at a level now that you're saying, hey, good for him.
Yeah, no, exactly. Good for him indeed. And Dub Nation certainly enjoying seeing the Kuminga resurgence here as he has really taken off this year 3 leap. So we've talked about 3 guys from that game: Stephen Curry, Andrew Wiggins, Jonathan Kuminga, how they've all been playing very well, not only in that game, but as of late. And there is a tying thread to all those guys, and his name is Draymond Green, because he is making these lineup combinations really flourish. You remember all the bad Kuminga-Wiggins 2-man groups and how bad their net rating was? Well, with Draymond,
all that stuff.
Well, when you sprinkle Draymond Green into a Kuminga-Wiggins 3-man lineup, 85 minutes since his return from suspension, from Draymond's return, they are a plus 50.
Is that right?
Yeah. So it's just he really changes everything. And look, Andrew's improved numbers. Those last 5 games I mentioned, those are also those 5 games Draymond has all played in. Steph's recent jump, I think, directly correlates with Draymond Green returning, because he just feels so much more comfortable with Draymond out there.
Well, you just hit on it. And I just like both ends of the floor, how he's orchestrating from the back, and he's got the baton. He's the orchestra leader. He's the maestro. Yeah. And he's telling everybody where to go and how to rotate and how to communicate. And I just love that, what he's getting done. And for me, him taking the challenge, playing Embiid, and then you take him to the other end, and, he's got that ball at the top of the circle. And just little subtle things last night. He's pointing at guys to get a screen for Steph, because Steph's down low, and don't wait there. Walk in and get the brush screen on Steph's man to free him up. And I'd love to sit down and have a cold one with a bunch of fans and just point out all the little things that he does to help a team win on both ends of the floor. It is really, for a guy that has been in this league for so long, to watch him just go through that in a game. It's masterful.
And Steve Kerr was talking pretty much as much post-game. Mark, if you could get this ready for us, Mark Randy behind the glass. This is what Steve Kerr had to say about Draymond connecting Wiggins and Kuminga offensively. Then, Sane, I want to hear your response after.
Draymond really changed things with his return, because he connects those guys at both ends of the floor, just with his communication defensively, and then the way he helps get us organized offensively. So great to see Wiggs and JK both playing so well and playing well together. It's fun. You can see the team we're shifting a little bit, with the look, how we're playing and who we're playing. Tonight, I know Philly was shorthanded, but I thought it was a really good defensive effort from our guys.
Steve, he played for so long and has been in this league so long, and he knows the journey. And we all know that Wiggins had to sit out a period last year with some personal matters. And then you've got the youth of Kuminga, and then we've had a lot of injuries, and we've had a lot of close games, a bounce here or there. So a lot of people are disappointed. But you know what? This can still turn around, Kev. I'm looking at this thing, and I may get off subject here. I don't think Houston's going to stay in front of them. And Utah has impressed me, but the Warriors can catch them. And the ones I know they can catch are the Lakers. And it won't be the worst thing in the world. You and I talked about them getting 6, and that's going to be difficult. But if they can get up in the 7 or 8 and have a home game in that play-in, you could get just like the Sacramento series last year. You get Steph going. I'll tell you what, some other team were playing against this veteran team. They don't want to play the Warriors.
Yeah, and here's the thing. They're going to have a real chance to move up the standings because they got 7 games left against Utah and the Lakers. Like, that was their first game against L.A., and then they were supposed to play Utah a couple weeks ago. Unfortunately, obviously, we know the circumstances around that. But they are going to have their opportunities. If you can go 5-2 in those next 7 games, you're going to set yourself up pretty good. So hopefully that is something that, from a Warriors perspective, that they would be able to get some wins against the Lakers, against the Utah Jazz, teams above them. I want to talk one thing from the Philly side of this game, and of course it's Joel Embiid. And look, he didn't look right. I'm looking at his shot chart right now, and I know this is a guy that operates in the mid-range a lot, but he only took 5 shots in the paint, and only 2 shots were inside that semicircle that makes up the circle of the key, if you will. So basically, he had like 2 shots inside 8 feet and like 1 shot right at the basket. And he was 5 of 18 from the field. It just, look, you could tell, like, obviously a much more healthy Joel Embiid, and he's going to be much better than 5 of 18. I remember when he came to Golden State last year, I watched that game, and I said to myself, Joel Embiid is MVP. Like, that's how good he was against Golden State last year. And then, I mean, you hate to see the injury he took late in that game where Kuminga, inadvertently, landed on his knee. But one thing I do want to bring up, I was listening to Evan Giddings of 95.7 on Warriors Wrap-Up last night, doing a great job with that show. And the thing he mentioned that really kind of hit home with me, all that flack that Embiid got for not playing against Denver and how he's missed 4 straight games in Denver against Jokic. Well, that looks pretty short-sighted now because he clearly wasn't 100% against Golden State. And if he wasn't 100% on Tuesday, there is no way in hell he was 100% on Saturday.
No, and that's getting picayune. For that matter, Jokic is sitting out tonight with a stiff back. So, you and I could debate this thing about the 65 game thing and all this kind of thing. I'm going to take you way back. Greg is coaching, I think, in Sacramento, and they draft Ben McLemore, who played at Kansas.
Oh, yeah, 2013.
So they had him go back there and work him out. And he came home, and, he's all fired up. He's a young guy and wanting to get in the coaching profession. He said, Dad, I might have seen the best big guy. This guy, if he can stay healthy, he's going to be unbelievable. Well, who was it? It was Embiid.
Yeah.
And I compare Embiid to a guy that I was with in the late 70s and 80s. Remember a guy named Bob Lanier?
Oh, yeah.
Okay, Hall of Famer. Now, he had a touch shooting the ball very similar to Embiid. Now, Biggs didn't go out and shoot threes like he does, but on the elbows, in the paint, just a feathery touch. And what do they have in common? Bad wheels. Now, I'm looking at Embiid, and I'm just hoping and praying that everything's okay with this guy because he's one of our best players in the entire league. And, you don't want his career to be cut short. And that Lanier got hurt playing at St. Bonaventure. He still went on to score over 20,000 points in the NBA. And, we had great teams led by him. And I see a lot of similarity in their size. Bob weighed about 280, and I think Embiid weighs in that vicinity. And that's a pounding on the legs. And so let's hope that guy's okay because he's just been playing some fabulous basketball.
You mentioned the mid-range touch that Lanier had. I'm looking at Embiid's shot chart right now. On shots from 16 feet to the three-point line, he is 67 of 133. That's like 51%. It's incredible. Like for a guy to be that efficient. Like league average is 39 to 40% from the shots from the shot zones where he's at. And I mean, he's just blowing those numbers away, and he's a 7-footer, a 7+ footer.
Yeah. No, you're right on. I mean, you watch the ball leave his hand. What? He's shooting 88 from the free throw line.
Yeah.
He shot the technicals.
Yeah.
I mean, and when he walked off the floor, I didn't know he goes into the locker room in the second quarter. I said, well, with Maxey out and him out of the game, I mean, the Warriors are going to take care of business here. Next thing I know, he comes back out, and of course, we all saw what happened. You felt bad for him, but hey, they're a heck of a team. They really are. And we talk about the West being tough. Woo. It's tough back there now.
Top of the East.
My old pal Doc Rivers back on the bench, and Boston playing well, and we had Philly in the 3 spot. New York's now passed them up. Cleveland's played phenomenal without Garland and Mobley, and so and in Indiana, nobody's going to want to play them because it might be 150 to 145. So you know what? They got like 6 teams there that are locks, that are darn good teams.
And I know the Miami Heat have not been playing well.
Yeah, good
I haven't seen the final score. I'm just going to pull up the final score of that game against the Sacramento Kings. They're 5 minutes to go in the fourth quarter in that one, and they were up the last time I checked. Yeah, they're up 9 right now. But they might be on a 7-game losing skid right now. Looks like they're going to snap that skid tonight. But if they're a 7 seed, 8 seed, they've proven it doesn't matter. Yeah, you do not want to play the Miami Heat in the postseason. Let's turn back the clock to 72 hours prior to the Philly game, because I do want to touch on the double overtime loss to the Lakers, 145-144. I mean, look, they've had a lot more heartbreaking losses this year. Yeah, they were up 15 in the third and 9 with under 4 minutes to go in the fourth. This was more of just kind of an exhausting 58-minute defeat. I mean, Steve Kerr was really impressed with the team's effort, the heart in that game, and I was as well. But just kind of an inability to close out tight contests, saying, I mean, second straight 1-point loss at home. They had the loss to Sacramento 48 hours prior. That made them 15 and 17 in clutch games this year, so a 5-point game in the final 5 minutes. They played 32 games, which is by far the most. And it got me thinking, so how does this number compare to the early parts of the Steve Kerr, Steve Kerr, Stephen Curry, Draymond Green, Andre Iguodala, Klay Thompson teams, and then you splash in Kevin Durant. Well, 2 years ago when they won the title, they were 23-19. Last year, 20-21. You go back to the 14-15 season, first title year, they were 23-8 in clutch games. The year after, when they won 73 games, they were 30-4 in clutch games. I mean, it's unreal. The 16-9 their first year with Durant, 19-10 the year after, 20-15 and 18-19. So obviously, earlier in the dynasty, they were a lot more clutch than they are right now.
Well, yeah, you've had some bad bounces, some injuries, some tough calls, and all that kind of thing.
Yeah.
But the fact of the matter is, when you have a guy that's playing at the level of Steph Curry, what's the other team doing? They're putting the whole army out there against them. You see him double and triple teamed. Nothing was more indicative to me than Steph dribbling into the paint, circling back out.
Yes.
And then he goes on the right side about 14 feet out, and then he takes Davis off the bounce. In the meantime, you still had about 5 purple shirts chasing him.
Yeah.
And, it's everybody knows where they want to go, and is he going to be like a decoy or whatever? And the execution leaves a little bit to be desired, and some clutch shot making. And here's the things that has been lacking. The ability to get to the free throw line, and conversely, the fouls that they commit. That game was decided on the free throw line with the Lakers. What, they have like 40 attempts?
Yeah, 43-16 was the difference in that game.
Crazy. I mean, I love Steve's comment that his mom was there, and he didn't want to make. He said, "Well, hey, Steph played 44 minutes and he got 3 free throw attempts." And he could have went on a dissertation about that, but he held back. There's a lot of things that go into end games, and that takes everybody being on the same page and understanding how they're being played and all that kind of thing, and that's been a thorn in their side.
Yeah, now they have had some close wins recently. Like they eked one out against the Detroit Pistons. They've had some games where they've won by 4 or 5 points, but they've lost 9 straight games decided by 1 possession, which Yeah. So, I mean, it's just like if just a couple of those go the other way, I mean, we're not worried about the play-in. We're Golden State's fighting for a top 6 spot. So, I mean, if things kind of regress to the mean, if you will, like if you win more of those coin flip one possession games down the stretch of this season, they should be all right.
Yeah, I agree with you. And you know what? It just, I don't know. I feel better about what's going on out there on the floor. And if they can ever get the bench guys back, you're going to feel a lot better about your team, because right now was they got outscored from the bench, and that's been a big plus for this team. So we'll have to see what goes on here. Chris Paul gets healthy, Moody gets healthy, Saric goes back to being productive coming off the bench, Looney gives you good defense, and then you got the 2 rookies, and so you got plenty of bodies, and it's just everybody getting in a good groove.
I'm going to celebrate Lunar New Year at Chase Center on Wednesday, February 14th as the Dubs take on the LA Clippers, presented by Cache Creek Casino Resort. First 10,000 fans get a Warriors Lunar New Year bucket hat. Get your tickets now at Warriors.com or call 888-GSW-HOOP. Representatives are standing by. We'll take a break, take a look at this upcoming road trip, talk about Pods getting an invite to the Rising Stars Challenge, and much more on the other side of this timeout right here on 95.7 The Game.
Warriors basketball is back, and we've got you covered. Bob Fitzgerald and Kalina Azabuki are on the call for another exciting season. And tune in to Warriors pre- and post-game live, hosted by Bonte Hill and former Warriors Chris Mullin and Festus Ezeli, for complete game day coverage 1 hour before and following every game. Plus, get your Warriors news all week long on the Dubs Talk podcast with Monty Poole and Dalton Johnson, featuring special guests and in-depth analysis. Authentic moments live here, only on NBC Sports Bay Area.
Hey, Stephen Curry, it's game day, and you know what that means.
That you're going to talk like an announcer all day long?
Yes, and fans get 10% cash back in arena or online at Warriors Shop by using Rakuten.
That is pretty exciting.
Cash back on Warriors gear is exciting, Stephen Curry.
I think they know it's me.
Good point. We just need to tell them the website.
Rakuten.com/Warriors. RAKUTEN.com/Warriors.
In order for small businesses to thrive, they need to be smart, efficient, savvy, staying ahead of the market at every turn, finding ways to do more with less, and taking advantage of every opportunity that comes their way. That's why Comcast Business is introducing the Small Business Bonus. For a limited time, you can get up to a $1,000 prepaid card when you switch to Comcast Business, the company with the largest, fastest, reliable network. So if you're a small business owner, don't wait. Call or go online to learn about the $1,000 bonus today.
Give your business a head start in 2024. Get started with fast speeds and advanced security for $49.99 a month for 12 months with a 2-year agreement. Call or go online to switch today. Ends 2/21/24. Restrictions apply. New customers only with 50 megabits per second internet and security edge. Eco bill and auto pay required. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra. Prepaid card offer requires premium internet.
Proposition Chicken. This chicken goes 3 ways. Oh, yeah.
Proposition Chicken and Prop C on the Fly have been serving award-winning fried chicken for over a decade. Our chicken goes 3 ways. From slow-roasted rotisserie to crispy barbecue tofu, our from-scratch food is made with better ingredients. Stop by, pick up, or have it delivered from 12 Bay Area locations. Order now at propositionchicken.com.
Proposition Chicken. This chicken goes 3 ways.
Hey guys, love is in the air. It's Valentine's month, and the best gift for your loved one is to perform at your best in the bedroom. Prime Male Medical specializes in the latest non-invasive treatment for ED and PE. Listen to Dr. Robert Rowley from Prime Male Medical.
We have virtually every medication known to man to help men. We specialize in acoustic wave therapy, sublingual lozenges, which bypass the digestive system, making them faster and more effective, injectable medications, and testosterone treatment for those patients who need it. Impotence problems can be treated in just 1 visit.
So don't wait. Give the gift that keeps on giving, and let Prime Male Medical help you today. Get a PSA test, testosterone test, Doppler ultrasound, and a full year of free visits for just $99. Go to primemalemedical.com or call 415-761-4037. That's 415-761-4037.
Warriors basketball is back, and we've got you covered. Bob Fitzgerald and Kalina Azabuki are on the call for another exciting season. And tune in to Warriors pre- and post-game live, hosted by Bonte Hill and former Warriors Chris Mullen and Festus Azili for complete game day coverage 1 hour before and following every game. Plus, get your Warriors news all week long on the Dubs Talk podcast with Monty Poole and Dalton Johnson, featuring special guests and in-depth analysis. Authentic moments live here, only on NBC Sports Bay Area.
If you've just joined us, don't worry. We saved your seat.
Sit down. Sit down. Sit down. Sit down. Sit down.
At the Warriors Roundtable on 95.7 The Game.
Curry behind the back. Wade stops it. Pops on the way. Ridiculous three on the right sideline.
Now, here's Kevin Dana and Gary.
Well, let's take a look at our upcoming broadcast presented by Ticketmaster. The road trip starts Friday in Memphis against the Grizzlies, 4:30 airtime, 5 p.m. tip time on 95.7 The Game with Tim Roy on the call. Back end of a back-to-back takes them to Atlanta on Saturday, February 3rd, 4 p.m. airtime, 4:30 tip. The road trip continues in Brooklyn Monday, February 5th, 4 p.m. airtime, 4:30 tip time. And then in Philly on Wednesday, February 7th, 4 p.m. on the air, 4:30 tip time here on 95.7. And the road trip concludes back end of a back-to-back at Indiana, 3:30 on the air, 4 p.m. tip time. That's a tough back-to-back. You go from Philly to Indianapolis, not just because the teams are good, but because that's not the closest back-to-back to make either, and you lose a half hour with a 4:30 tip on one game, 4 p.m. the next game. You can listen to all those games right here on 95.7 with Tim Roy on the call. And Gary, as I read those names, Memphis, Atlanta, Brooklyn, Philly, Indy, a lot of winnable games on this road trip, especially the front end of it. And to me, 3-2 should be the minimum goal. You look at Memphis, nobody's healthy for that team. Like, how injured, how depleted is that team? They had to pull guys up from their G League club, and their G League roster only had like 7 guys available to play Santa Cruz on Monday. Matt Hurt, who I call the G League Larry Bird, just in the way his shot looks, he puts it directly over his head. He can really shoot it. Got called up, and, well, unfortunately, Santa Cruz lost that game by 1 point to the Memphis Hustle, but he got called up and played like 15 minutes in his first NBA game for the Grizzlies. Atlanta's having a rough season, but they just beat the Lakers by 16. They got enough talent, Saint, where they can kind of hang with just about anybody. It just hasn't been their year this year. Brooklyn had really fallen off a cliff, but they had a big win against Utah. I believe they beat them 147-114 earlier this week, and they're at the half close with the Suns right now, trailing by 3. With Philadelphia, we already know Embiid's not playing against the Utah Jazz. The way that injury looked, I don't want to speculate, but he might be out for a little bit. So if they don't have Embiid, that game becomes a lot more winnable. And then Indiana, that's going to be tough on the back end of the back-to-back. So you got to do your work early on this road trip, Saint.
Well, you do. And Kev, am I right that they've got 23 of their last 38 on the road?
Well, yeah, they've only played 18 road games to this point. They're 7-11. Yeah,
that's tough. Now, I'm going to share with you, if you play well, you should win in Memphis and Atlanta. But they both have snuck up on some people lately, surprisingly to me. Good. Atlanta's underachieving, and any win that Memphis gets is really special because, as you noted, they are decimated with injuries. And you covered it with that back-to-back. I think in Philly you're going to see a lot of Paul Reed, former DePaul.
Oh, B-ball Paul. I love him.
There you go. And, Philly's, it's a home game. They should have Maxey back by then, who's having a fantastic year. And you brought it out about going to Indiana with a quick turnaround. That's going to be really difficult. So, East Coast trips are tough. You don't know what the weather's going to be and all that kind of thing. And you're right looking at the list. You're saying, well, we can go 3-2, maybe even better. Who knows? But at the end of the day, it can be tough sledding back there.
Yeah, and I mean, you talk about Memphis, 18-29. They're 12-10 since that 6-19 start in the 25 games they didn't have John Morant. Taylor Jenkins, now I'm sure Warriors fans remember. I was curious about calls. Like, I'm sure he upset some Warriors fans with the way he defended his team in that second round series. But he can coach. He's kind of a Popovich tree guy, because he was the head coach of the Austin Toros back in the day, G League affiliate of San Antonio Spurs. Then it was an assistant in Atlanta. Eventually, the head coach of the Memphis Grizzlies. He knows what he's doing. And look, the Warriors better have the Grizzlies better have the Warriors' full attention, because last time they went there, MLK Day, that was one of the ugliest losses of the season for Golden State.
Yeah, that was. That one there, you throw right into the bay. You don't even look at it, the video. But your point on Jenkins is well taken. I've got him and the guy in OKC there, Dagnall. Those two guys, boy, what good young coaches. And, you're looking at you got some veteran guys in Quinn Snyder, and then you're going to face Rick Carlisle. And I think... you're a fan of Nurse.
Yep.
The three of those guys we've mentioned were in the G League. And so with that said, you got to get everybody, you probably won't have Chris Paul, but you're hoping you're going to have the majority of the other guys back. I'm excited to see Moody come back. I think he's going to, with Kuminga in the starting lineup, there might be some more time for him. And so it'll be an interesting trip, and of course, I like the games because they're on at 4 or 4:30.
Yeah, maybe freeze up your evening a little bit, if you will. But yeah, let's talk a little bit about Moses Moody, because the Warriors PR released some information that he has been cleared to practice. Steve Kerr said pregame yesterday before Philadelphia they had today off. They're going to practice tomorrow before they get on the plane to go to Memphis. So Moses is going to practice tomorrow, and he could return to the rotation during this 5-game road trip. I think he could certainly be used. He was playing well when he was in the lineup. I think he's made a really nice third-year leap in addition to Jonathan Kuminga, so I'm looking forward to him getting back out there as well.
Well, sometimes you plan a practice solely about around a guy who's injured coming back. You want to get him a run and get him out there. So I think it's a good move on the coaching staff to get him out there, get him comfortable a little bit, and see how he does, and hopefully he can come back. As you noted, I think he can be a real shot in the arm. As much as we were liking the rookies, when this guy is healthy, I think he's just got a nice NBA game that fits, and so I'm pulling for him.
And also, some other news came out yesterday from Warriors PR. Chris Paul has been cleared to resume on-court individual workouts after that fractured left hand at the beginning of the month, and he will be reevaluated in 2 weeks. Now, obviously, you don't want to have a broken hand, but I think with Chris at this age, like I'm much more okay, quote unquote, with a fractured hand than I am with like a knee or a foot or something like that.
Well, why are you saying that? Because he can do cardio work. He can keep himself in shape. They can get him in the hot tub and with the like an elliptical thing in there, and then they got him out on the cart. It's a pain in the neck when you're injured like that, but yet you can still do the cardio work. The people are all over you to get your work in. And you know what? We don't need him to come back and score 20 points. We need his ball distribution, his savvy, smart, veteran play. And you're right. When he can come back, that's going to be a big plus.
And also, we got a couple of minutes left in the show. We do want to give some props to Brandon Pajemski, named to the Rising Stars game, February 16th, beginning of All-Star Weekend. And here's one thing to put in perspective. He was picked 19th overall in the first round. Yeah. 11 rookies have been selected for this. So, I mean, it doesn't exactly work like this. Some guys have been injured. Some guys have spent most of their seasons in the G League. But he's basically outperformed 8 guys in front of him who were drafted in front of him to be one of the 11 selections. And there was some question whether, was he a good pick at 19? He wasn't exactly as high as 19 on everybody's draft board, but he's been a home run of a pick so far.
Oh, brother. You got that right. And, you always have fun. Let let's redraft and then figure out where you'd go. He's probably a lottery pick. And so you look at this whole thing, and I just love his feel. I love his toughness. The game's not too fast for him. It's like he had a play in the paint last night. He looked like an old vet. You know, he spun one way, gave an up fake, came back and came underneath for a little lay-in, and I'm saying, holy moly, that's great stuff. And, of course, I was chatting with somebody in Milwaukee today, and he was a high school player of the year when he was growing up in Wisconsin. And so I pull for all those Wisconsin guys, and he just, you can't teach what he's got. He may not be the greatest athlete, but the guy's game makes basketball sense. And he's got the confidence of everybody. And he's a very smart guy, because you know who he's latched on to the most?
Who?
Steph Curry.
Yep.
That's his man. I mean, he probably has to get the donuts or whatever it is that Steph wants. But he broke the news about the three-point shot with Sabrina to him, and it's a nice connection. I guess they played golf one day, and Podzinski might have lost 3 dozen balls, but he had a good time.
Yeah, 3 dozen balls and maybe a few bucks as well, because I don't think you're beating Steph Curry on the golf course.
No.
That'll do it for us. I do also want to give a quick shout out. WNBA Golden State naming Jess Smith as the team president. Was able to go to the press conference yesterday. Very impressive resume, having come over from Angel City FC. Has also worked with the Oakland A's and the San Jose Earthquakes in the Bay Area. So excited to see what that team gets named. Maybe in a couple of months we're going to get a team name. Brandon Schneider was saying yesterday that information could be coming, in the next 2 months or so, but we'll see. No official timetable on that.
She might get my old office in the old practice facility.
Her office is going to be in Oakland. Yeah, could be your old spot.
Check it out.
Yeah. Exactly. Can't wait for WNBA Golden State. May of 2025 is when they will tip things off. Well, big thank you to Mark Randy behind the glass to run the show for us in our 95.7 studios. Big thank you to R.C. Davis and Marika Cleto on the Golden State side of things. For the Saint, I'm Kevin Dana saying so long. We will talk to you next week right here on 95.7 The Game.
You've been listening to the Warriors Roundtable.
Curry breaks it through, one hand three, up and good!
On the exclusive home of your Golden State Warriors.
Got playful and nailed it!
95.7 The Game.
For tickets, call 888-GSW-HOOP.
Getting your biggest tax refund from Jackson Hewitt can lead to some spirited reactions.
Jackson Hewitt!
Jackson Hewitt is so sure that you'll get your biggest refund that if they don't, you get your money back plus $100.
Jackson Hewitt!
And Jackson Hewitt also guarantees the accuracy of your return for life.
Hewitt!
So don't just sit there. For your biggest refund guaranteed, walk into a Jackson Hewitt today and